Good morning, welcome back to the show. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed yet still humble host, Mukluk, and today we are back in Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Seth just sent me a message and said there's a typo in last night's video. I will shoot Lady Luck a message on that. Hang on just a second, and she can check on this. Okay. Done and done. Thank you for letting me know. We'll see if there's a problem. All right, we are back in Rogue Trader, and let's see what we got. Got a quest to return to Dargonis. Let's head to Dargonis. Let's see what's going on there. Vox Master Vigdis. Urgent report, Captain. The barges carrying the tithe have been seized and are heading off in an unknown direction. Oh my freaking god, dude. Every 5 minutes with this tithe. Multiple sources are voxing the flagship at once. I detect the signatures of several noble houses and the administratum. Who dared seize the sacred tithe? We are getting reports of it being an order of the Adeptus Administratum. We've received several official forms to the effect that Dargonis' orbit is currently deemed unsafe for tithe storage due to an unspecified threat that has sprung up on the world in your absence. What does the Administratum message say? You are requested to come to the Palace of Justice in person. The prefect speaks of a terrible heresy that is threatening the Von Valancius Protectorate. While you were away, steps were taken to prevent the spread of the corruption. However, your presence is required to make the final decision. Prefect Volter will meet you in person for a confidential conversation. What do the noble houses want? The Vox is silent for several minutes. The messages have no discernible structure or cause. Professions of loyalty, audience requests, even pleas for leniency. One thing is clear, Lord Captain, something has agitated the upper echelons of the nobility. In other words, they are scared. What do you say, Solomon? It seems the law faltered on Dargonis as soon as its master left it unattended. The disjointed reports from the ground sound strange, if not outright suspicious, but only you can put an end to any heresy on your own planet. So you can't just follow the tithe ships. It seems no matter what you choose, you basically stop and go down to the planet. The tithe barges must be recovered at any cost. I will depart for the planet at once. As you wish. Okay. Can I do any upgrades right now? There are two. But I don't want to do those. Okay. Palace of Justice. Have to bring Solomorn. Do I do that? Nah. Alright, I guess I'll try that. Solomorn's cool and all, but, like having Cabela in the party more. But the others each do something that feels kind of essential, and it's tough to pull them out of the party. Are we executing Exterminatus in the morning today? This is my capital planet. I really should not use Exterminatus here. Prefect Inscribia Volta raises her eyes to you. Rogue Trader Von Valancius, welcome back to the Palace of Justice. Why were the tithe barges detained? Due to recent suspicions of the heresy of appropriating the sacred tithe, an emergency inspection has been initiated. Until said inspection is complete, the tithe will remain in the custody of the administratum. Estimated detainment period, 143 Dargonis years, 17 days, 2 hours, and 3 minutes. The prefect peers at your face. Her voice sounds strange, deeper, calmer, and less cantankerous than usual. Have you ever pondered the nature of heresy, Von Valancius? Perhaps to your mind, heresy is merely limited to Xenos, Warpspawn, and Insurgents, but there are other heresies whose existence is far more easily forgotten. Those of negligence, of avarice, of confusion, and disorder. What are you getting at? Rogue Trader Mukluk Von Valancius, in accordance with the amendment to Decree 6498 DF issued by the Adeptus Administratum and the Adeptus Arbites, you stand accused of countless heresies that threaten the sacred tithe and the well-being of the Protectorate. All related statements have been formulated and evidence of your crimes registered. The proceedings will commence as soon as you and your accomplices present themselves as the accused. The prefect looks at you with the eyes of a snake. A trial awaits you, Mukluk. This was all one carefully orchestrated spectacle, wasn't it? The prefect, who is about to turn away, stops and glances back at you with a fatigued look. What? Okay, so once again, we have one of those rare situations where it doesn't use your party's skill modifiers, it only uses yours, and I don't have high in these things. You twisted my report on Thessera to paint me as a heretic. All I did was provide a summary of the results of your expedition, a summary stripped of dubious attributes such as declarations of good intentions and de-emphasized consequences. Your only goal has been to get your hands on the tithe from Lethus. Not everyone is driven by greed and thrill-seeking, Rogue Trader. I see your position has clouded your mind. Regrettable but unsurprising. Without due discipline and judgment in actions, it is only the most likely terminus. You spied on me. You knew of every word I said. How does it feel to sneak glances at one whom you could never hope to become? Failed. Unsubstantiated conjecture mixed with an inflated sense of self-importance. I'm honored to do my duty wherever his will commands me to. Just admit it. You set me up. The prefect sighs heavily. I shouldn't have even tried to hear you out, Rogue Trader. She gives a nod to the arbitrators, signaling them to escort you to the accused stand. Athletics, 100%. Attack her. Do it. See what happens. You manage to land a hit before one of the arbitrators knocks you off your feet with a stunning blow. You hear an elderly groan nearby. Despite your efforts, the prefect is still alive. In the name of the God Emperor, the Von Valancius dynasty stands accused of betraying the Imperium. To the murmurs of all, the prefect picks up a scroll bearing Administratum's seals. The trial is public so that all may see the Rogue Trader's heresies and know that status and power are no shield against righteous punishment. Marshal Strox, you have the floor. State the list of crimes against the Lex Imperialis that will be examined here today. Strox stares at you coldly as he reads. Resisting the justice of the Imperium, conspiring to steal the sacred tithe, undermining the legitimate authorities on an imperial world, involving sorcery and damage to the tithe, conceiving and executing plans to disrupt sector-wide tithe shipments with the subsequent destruction of a strategically important planet. The prefect shifts awkwardly as Strox recites the seemingly endless list of transgressions. The aftermath of your attack seems to be preventing her from maintaining a suitably dispassionate appearance. Listen in silence. Strox finally finishes listing your crimes. There is a momentary pause in the hall. Let the record show that the defendant disregarded the opportunity given to him to repent, which only adds to the gravity of his guilt. We will proceed to the examination of the individual heresies committed by the defendant. Sounds like Muk dropped the ball with the planet. The planet that exploded, that was because of my predecessor, Theodora. I don't think I had any way of stopping that. If I did not see it. Conspiring with the captain of the Heartless to steal the sacred tithe. Upon arriving on Rykad Minoris, the rogue trader aided Captain Sargona in loading the tithe onto his ship under the cover of a planetary riot. Huh? Mukluk von Valancius later eliminated his accomplice using Adeptus Arbites forces led by Proctor Anthar. The Proctor attempted to appease the rogue trader's greed by offering the frigate known as the Heartless in exchange for the safety of the tithe. Then the rogue trader boarded the ship in an attempt to seize the tithe. His actions led to the death of a squad of arbitrators. Proctor Anthar alone survived the rogue trader's murderous ploy. What? Mukluk von Valancius personally eliminated his accomplice, Captain Sargona, in order to destroy the evidence of his schemes. The prefect looks up from the scroll and sweeps her indifferent gaze over you. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Coercion 85%. I can but appeal to your own common sense. Marshal Strox, can you recall even one instance where a heretic attempted to steal the tithe while taking a few dozen arbitrators along for company? Strox frowns doubtfully. It is certainly an unorthodox tactic, perhaps even suicidal. No, I can recall no such cases. Let a new charge be added to the record. Attempting to manipulate an official. Saying use common sense is manipulating officials, chap. Marshal, I hope I do not need to remind you of your duty. Giving Strox a suspicious look, the prefect turns back to the documents. According to the calculation of the tithe transferred from the Heartless, the Administratum was short 3 units of volume. It is presumed the road trader did not risk seizing more in the presence of the proctor, but even 1 ounce unaccounted for makes the tithe incomplete. Let's move on to Thessera. This world underpaid the appropriate tithe amount, a crime that should have been remedied by the rogue trader escorting Proctor Anthar to that backward world. Proctor, you are hereby called to testify. Describe what happened on the planet. When we arrived on Thessera, the rogue trader and I were drawn into the machinations of the planetary governor. He used sorcery on the Emperor's anointed, but the rogue trader managed to overcome the effects of the ritual and do battle with the heretic. The governor was executed, and we... A lie uttered in the Palace of Justice is a serious offense, Professor. Glyto, retrieve recording Thessera 84 Alpha. Glyto? The dog? The dog's a recording device. The prefect nods to the marshal, who removes the device from his belt. The press of a button and Glyto responds to the sharp metallic clang. The Cybermastiff's paws carry him to Strox. The Cybermastiff's body begins to tremble, his feet clawing up tiny sparks, and then he projects a picked recording from his eyes on the floor. The footage depicts a scene from Glyto's viewpoint. The quality is terrible, but you can make out the hall where the sculptor is conducting the sinister ritual. You see Maiev interfere with the ritual and the beam of warp energy connecting the two of you. You hear Solomorn's command. The scene changes and you see Maiev, or rather yourself and Maiev's body, wandering through the streets of Thessera. The next clip brings you back to the hall where Solomon is firing on the altar. The events of the recording are echoed by a dragging pain in your muscles and a fog in your head. Solomon's face turns lifeless, his knuckles white. I thought my wholehearted loyalty to the Lex was obvious, but you were monitoring me, keeping tabs on me like some kind of outsider. Like a non-arbitrator. You even dragged Glyto into it too. It would have been better if you'd installed your damned recording devices in me. As we can observe, Proctor Anthar destroyed the heretical altar, and then a fight ensued in which the Psyker died. There is not a single shred of evidence that the rogue trader actually overcame the sorcery. It is more likely the person standing before us is a heretic and a creature of corruption. Coercion 50%. Oh god, it's a coin flip. Did you watch the entire recording? Notice any differences in behavior? Did you? Well... Failed. We do not possess sufficient knowledge of the nature of the sorcery wrought upon you, and all the witnesses are dead. Oh my god. The prefect leaves through a few pages in a folder. The court also takes note of the pernicious effects of the rogue trader's handling of the Emperor's servants entrusted to his authority. Since arriving from Thessera, the rogue trader has done his duty by passing judgment on several subjects within the walls of this hallowed hall. The prefect picks up the sheet of notes and wrinkles her nose. On the rogue trader's orders, both the doleful host and Master Pross were executed. The ecclesiarchy made an official statement of condemnation, as killing militant devotees of the faith is tantamount to abetting heresy. Wasn't that the guy that asked to be killed? Like, he asked to become a martyr? Meanwhile, the new choir master lost several messages of utmost importance on his very first day of office, thus sparking a war between two Coronis Expanse worlds. As of now, one of those worlds has been completely destroyed and the other deemed uninhabitable. Inscribia picks up a scroll that carries the ecclesiarchy seals. Allow me to read out the decision of the honored representatives of the St. Drusus mission. We brand the one who dared subject Anvilus, a holy votary of the faith, to a martyr's death, a heretic, and an associate to evil of every kind. Lord Males, deemed to be alive, committed a transgression of soft-heartedness in running his family's enterprise. He released all of his convicted workers and terminated the contracts with his primary suppliers, citing their moral qualities. His actions resulted in 12 kilotons of undelivered food rations across several recipients. First, the Administratum is unable to do his duty and asks for help. Now it has the audacity to criticize the verdicts of the rogue trader. Prefect, your accusations do not merely cast aspersions on the competence of the Administratum, they challenge the sanctity of the decisions of the Emperor's anointed. Good morning, Lab. Hi, Ad1J. Lore Imperium 100%. These cases were under the jurisdiction of the Lex Dargonis. Responsibility for the consequences lies with you. Lore Imperium succeeded. Your words are true. Crimes committed after a verdict are cause for new convictions, not... Marshal, enough. Not a single muscle twitches on the prefect's face, but her eyes blaze with barely suppressed annoyance. Moving on. The defendant was placed in an unprecedented position of trust by the Adeptus Arbites and the Administratum. He was entrusted with the coordinates of the world where the tithe of the entire Coronis expanse was held. As agreed, the defendant was to transport the sacred tribute to Dargonis. But what did he do? The Marshal snaps his fingers over Glato's head. The Cybermastiff flinches as if from a bolter shot, but obediently plays another recording. You recognize Solomorn's voice. So Lady Theodora intended to steal the tithe from the start. She arranged the world's destruction to cover her tracks, installed a servant to keep an eye on things, and even made a contingency plan in case of her own death. All she needed was an opportune moment like this one. With the expanse being torn apart, the planet's death looks convincing. Tithe theft, orchestrated by Theodora von Valancius, committed by the defendant, witnessed by Proctor Anthar. Solomon, don't you have something to say? This court has no authority as it is part of Prefect Vulture's machinations. Subversion of the Emperor's justice will not be tolerated. Solomon's gaze sweeps over the arbitrators and pauses on the Marshal. I am forced to explain the obvious, and it only underscores the blindness that has affected the servants of his law. I don't want to attack, because that'll cut this short. I don't know. I want to see how far this goes. I intended to return the tithe to Marshal Strox in full, regardless of Theodora's plans. On the matter of the sacred tithe, we rely on facts, not your words. That Theodora planned to steal the tithe is established fact. The destruction of Lethus is also beyond dispute. To allow you to execute your plan would have been highly imprudent. The sacred tithe is not intended to be used by anyone other than the Adeptus Administratum, the deliverers of his will. Strox does not turn to look at Inscribia, but you have no doubt about whom he's addressing. The Adeptus Administratum, like the Adeptus Arbites, only oversees the allocation of the tithe. I do not need to remind you of that, do I, Prefect? Vulture sets the pile of papers down heavily on the table and looks around the room. Well, the proceedings are nearing their conclusion. The Prefect looks around at the nobles of Dargonis gathered in the hall. The collection of transgressions and heresies that has been brought before the court of the God Emperor's servants has once and for all branded the rogue traitor an abomination, who through all his deeds has sought to satisfy his petty and base desires rather than truly serve him. You are here today to witness the fall of the von Valancius dynasty and the long-awaited punishment that will be served upon it. House of Dargonis, do you reject the authority of this heretic? Drivestem. If I might interrupt, Mistress Vulture, Urban Drivestem, Governor of Dargonis, visibly nervous at the sight of the armed arbitrators, nevertheless raises his head haughtily. We are much obliged to you for arranging this gathering. The emphasis on the last word leaves no doubt that the noble's presence at the palace is involuntary. However, all that has now taken place here does not change the facts. House von Valancius holds the word of trade. House von Valancius is a rogue trader dynasty, and no amount of legal contortions will change that. House Drivestem is loyal to the rogue trader. Toriana Gaprak makes the sign of the Aquila. No shadow shall fall upon the name von Valancius or eclipse the radiance of the beneficent rogue trader line. Whatever your mechanical dog may say, House Gaprak is loyal to the rogue trader. Sarbak. Macarius Sarbak raises his head, his eyes burning with an almost deranged loyalty. Venerating the letter of the law is not fidelity to justice. Straying from the tenets of the Lex is not discerning the essence of truth and the granting of retribution. The man is silent for a few seconds before he almost shouts out, House Sarbak is loyal to the rogue trader. Yo, that's so heavy. Reminder that this guy's wife was a traitor that we just dealt with recently. And this guy's like vehemently still in our court. Clementia Wersarian. Clementia Wersarian looks straight at you as if the Prefect does not exist. She makes the sign of the Aquila and speaks in a low voice. House Wersarian is loyal to the rogue trader. Oh, dude. Okay, it is so good that this whole scene is taking place after we had the run-in with all the houses. That's such a nice touch. Allow me to address you, even though I am not of the first families of Dargonis. Proctor Jaeger. Proctor Jaeger, Adeptus Arbites, Lethus Outpost. Mukluk von Valancius made every effort to not only save the tithe, but also the Arbites contingent stationed on Lethus. I propose that such an act would have been entirely nonsensical if the rogue trader was intent on simply stealing the tithe. End of report. Prefect Vulture stiffens, as though what she just heard has come as a very unpleasant surprise. Her slender fingers grip the armrests of her chair, knuckles cracking. This world and its denizens are rotten to the core. The prefect draws herself up straight with such force that you hear the arduous grinding of her implants. Her voice is cold and slightly tremulous. Decree GC 78189, Supplement 982. For tithe theft, participation in foul sorcery, and other crimes against the Imperium, Mukluk von Valancius is sentenced to death. The property of the dynasty is hereby confiscated and placed under the oversight of the Adeptus Administratum. Any last words, convict? Let's see. Chris says, yo, I just want to say thanks to the YouTube viewers too. Soon you will be #1 wooden potatoes at the time. Thank you for the kind words. I'm glad you enjoyed my stuff. Yo, WP has been active on the Guild Wars 2 scene since, like, before I started. He is my senpai. He's amazing. Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. God, I wish I could quick save it right now. Alright, I did say it was a dogmatic run, which would mean that, you know, that I would lean toward this. This looks interesting, but it's not 100%. I don't know what happens if it fails. Alright, let's try lawful stupid. Let's see what happens. By the God Emperor's will, the von Valancius dynasty was granted a warrant of trade. Go against me and you will be going against the God Emperor. Marshal Strox and Prefect Vulture are hereby sentenced to death. Those who aided and abetted them in this plot will share the same fate. Heretic, traitor, Marshal, execute them, all of them. Dogmatic plus 20. Wait, what? that duck and roll. Good thing the prisoner is not tied up or anything. Oh, do we have to fight Arbites now? There's so few of them already.
Attempt at defiance.
Oh wait, no, these are mercenaries. Oh, cool. Marshal Gregoris Strox. So it's the Marshal and mercenaries. Okay. Dude, what are the red lines? Subduct. Oh, there is some Arbites mixed in there. Okay. Where's the servo skulls? There we go. Alright, give Heinrichs an action.
Not a servitor.
Regeneration on the party.
But of course.
Forewarning on the party.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Alright. Pull all of them together.
Me? If you
Zap.
insist, Lord Captain.
Alright, Solomorn's turn. I want to keep everyone over here until the buffs are done.
The order of the Lex is inescapable.
So just shoot over there for now.
Accepted. I'll take it as a priority.
Ah, missed. Accusation, use of unsanctioned weaponry. Do not attack with weapons. If their guilt is proven, at the end of the turn, The weapon of justice will fire at this character. If you're proven guilty, or if the accuser is killed, it will fire on Prefect Vulture's direction instead. What? Wait, what? Okay, so hang on. What? All right, so if not proven guilty, or if the accuser is killed. So I guess the mercenary, the guy with the red line, I'm guessing, I gotta kill him, I guess. All right, well, all right, it's Jay's turn.
Two are better than one.
So Jay, give an action to
Tell me, and
Ulfar.
it is done.
That was not a lot of damage.
So it shall be.
Dude, does he have like massive just damage resistance right now? Until they suffer damage from their designated target, the Merc suffers 80% less damage from other sources. Alright, so I guess I just need to not attack with weapons with Jay.
One less. My Karamite hide is strong.
Dang, Ulfar taking a lot of hits right now.
Our born devil does not become ready.
Jeez! He's the tank. Or not really the tank, but he's a tank. He's one of them.
I won't object.
Alright, warp speed.
Naturally.
AoE heal. Armor buff. Hold on. Wait, did I do warp speed? No, I didn't. I did pre-science. Okay, now we do warp speed.
I won't object to it.
For the throne's glory.
Alright, Heinrichs has challenge issued.
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
Was it the same one? Was it the... Don't use an attack?
Another stroke of genius!
Hey, Mugshot, I got us.
Schemes within schemes.
Ah.
A wicked thought.
Alright, taunt those three.
Lead. What if?
Stay vigilant.
Choose a different target for each of your attacks. Ulfar. Okay.
Fenris shoulder. None can I become the All-Father's worthy instrument. So my hand is thunder. My strike is ruin. Feel the icy bite of death.
Alright, I definitely chose a different target for each attack.
The fame-hungry come. We need to regroup.
Round 2. Who are these two? Do not use your navigator abilities against your allies. Okay. Huh. Why didn't that work on those two? Alright. Curse on him.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Alright. Not a navigator ability, but I can give someone an extra turn.
Glato, we're undertaking this task.
Oh, that wasn't a lot of damage.
The order is executed.
Seems that's much better.
It's the living weapon of the Lex. Let's test our skills, Glato.
That one's done. Alright, and end Cassia's turn, and the gun should shoot at the enemy again. Any accusation for this one?
Understood.
Okay, stop that.
One of us would be enough. Glato, we're undertaking this task.
Glato... I mean, Glato doesn't have the same chip as the, my character's dog. So, but the damage is considerably different. Okay, she needs to land a hit on that guy. If she moves here, can she?
Don't get too cocky. Never cross a Kazbalikan.
Okay, there's that. And move this over.
You've got a problem, I've got a
Give
prize.
Muck another turn.
A genius at work. Ski. Unpredictable.
Alright, that one's done. Apprehend Strox.
Taking fire!
Alright, Ulfar's turn. Kick this guy. He's dead.
You become the Allfather's worthy instrument!
Okay, Jay's turn again.
I hold all
Finest
the
hour on Cassia.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Another foe painted black. As duty demands. Me. If
All right,
you
she got a
insist,
bunch
Lord
of 'em.
Captain.
Alright, Jay's turn again. I don't have anything else for her to do.
Am I getting... I'd like to, but
Do
I
that.
When Fenris is in
Go off
battle,
point. Yeah. Yeah, that's the skill finest hour. You get another turn, and you can do as many attacks as you have action points during that turn. Allies must gain effects from your abilities at least 3 times.
Your turn. Naturally.
So there's resolve. There's armor.
For the throne.
There's a heal. There's
I
perfect
want to get
timing.
to it.
That should be 3.
I feel the power surging.
Use a consumable item. Does a grenade count?
A wicked thought.
Hopefully that counts.
What if... schemes...
Is this a tactical RPG? It's a CRPG, classic RPG, kind of like Baldur's Gate. And you're seeing me in a fight right now. It's a unique fight. It's got these weird challenges that we got to do.
Genius at work.
But it is a fight.
Come, I will carve runes out of your bow.
So every time we fulfill certain requirements, this malfunctioning gun shoots at this barrier, and the boss is a desk clerk on the other side.
My hand is thunder. My strike is ruin. So shall it be. Die in disgrace.
2 down.
I hunger for battle. Wolves rage.
Oh, I got another wave. Let's see. Boned says, "Hey bud, returning your Swift for almost 8 years, wanting to say thank you for the YouTube comments and helping me a lot." You're very welcome. I'm glad to hear it's helping.
Isn't the try to die with grace at least? If I as duty demands.
All right, finest hour on Ulfar.
Death in color.
I am become. I will carve runes out of your bones. See how the wolf succeeds. My hand is thunder. My strike is ruin. So it shall be.
Who is he aiming at right now?
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Give Heinrichs an action.
But of course, Lord Captain.
You and your Cybermastiff must damage the same number of instances of damage. What if I just pass my turn? Then they're both 0. Alright, fine. Dog, hit her.
Later.
And I cast gun. Alright. So I can't do any more attacks. So, end turn. Wait, is she dead? Oh, it broke a hole in the glass. Prefect Vulture kneels before you. Scores of fragile implants all over her body are twitching convulsively, giving her the appearance of a crushed insect. Marshal Strock's gaze is as firm as ever. Not one muscle quivers in his hard exterior. Even in cornered defeat, compared to the others, he appears as an indestructible pillar of rock. The Prefect lets out a cough. Then an unnerving smile appears on her lips. I at least had to try. I served the Von Valancius Protectorate faithfully for over 100 years, painstakingly cultivating order where others had failed to do so. While you and your ancestors sowed anarchy and havoc with your ever-changing whims, I stood on as the linchpin that kept this domain from sinking into the criminal disarray. It was because of me that this gargantuan system continued to function with barely a flaw. The only source of disruption was you, the rogue traitors. I at least had to try. Huh. Executor. I have the option. I feel like this would be the most in character. My guy was ex-Arbity, so he cares a lot about the tithe. Prefect Vulture, for attempting to slander and kill one of the Emperor's anointed and for encroaching upon the Imperial tithe, I hereby sentence you to death. Inscribia Vulture gives no reply. She meets her death with her head proudly raised and her lips pursed in contempt. Oh, are they gonna use the giant gun on her now? As the weapon roars, Inscribia Vulture's body is reduced to dust. Without waiting for you to address him, Marshal Strox does not plead so much as gives you an order. Judge me, Mukluk. Now that the dust is settled, I can see everything clearly. Vulture used me and the Adeptus Arbites in an attempt to seize total control over your protectorate. I thought my actions were in service to the Lex, but in truth, only one person has ever benefited from them. That mistake deserves no pardon, and I have earned my punishment. Oh, we do need a new overseer on the prison world. I mean, I am a rogue trader. This is a resource. Marshal Gregorus Strox, taking into account your record of past achievements, I hereby deny you your execution and instead sentence you to punishment by toil. I appoint you High Overseer of the world Phobos 6. That is where you will remain for the rest of your life. I consider this measure unduly lenient, but I have no right to protest your decision. The Marshal brings a closed fist to his chest and adds solemnly, for your judgment is final. Hold on, I heard a Steam achievement a second ago. What was that? You experienced the full force of the Lex Imperialis and survived. Okay, I think that was the end of that DLC. Strox sets his shield down, detaches his carapace, and places it over the shield. Now clad only in his undersuit uniform, he looks smaller without his armor and very tired. I, Marshal Gregorus Strox, am stepping down from my post. I am no longer fit to wear this armor. May its new wearer bring honor to the Lex. The rest of the room stands still. All eyes turn to you. The final verdict. What you say next will decide the fate of not just the Adeptus Arbites, but of justice and the Coronis Expanse as a whole. You've received... fancy shield, fancy armor, fancy helmet. Okay. Alright, so there's a chance that this is going to make it to where he can no longer be a member of my party. But he's not a core member of my party, so I would not be upset if that happened. So let's see what this does. Proctor Solomon Anthar, as ruler of Dargonis and head of the Von Valancius dynasty, I name you the new marshal of the Adeptus Arbites in the Coronis Expanse. See to it that the Arbites once more become faithful servants of the Lex Imperialis under your leadership. Your decree carries great weight, but my assignment will not happen so quickly. There is no precedent for electing a new marshal in the Expanse, not to mention that the Lord Marshal is unable to participate in the process. We will have to develop a new procedure, otherwise we arbitrators will not accept these changes. Until my official assignment, though, I will lead as acting head of the Adeptus Arbites. Justice is done. My judgment is made. Among the broken fragments of the Great Scales and the burning Arbites banners, the people kneel as one. The verdict has been announced. Whatever the future may hold, one thing is certain. The Coronis Expanse will not be the same. Those are the Arbites. You really want to put person who everyone sees heresy as so important? The thing is, like, we know that guy is, like, zeroed in on the task, right? Like, even when he thought he had been stripped of his rank for life and he was put on a prison world, he reformed the prison world to the point where all the prisoners wanted him dead because he made it so damn efficient. So, yeah, I think he would be good for it.
What is that?
What is all this? Combat shotguns, power mauls, hot shot, armor, shields. Merciless onslaught. Cyber Mastiff does 300% more damage, gets 0% crit. Enemies can't dodge Cyber Mastiff's attack. Silver Skull gains 20 int at the start of the turn. In a 4-spell radius around the skulls, have burning is reduced. At the end of the adversary's turn, the Servo Skull Storm explodes, mimicking the effects of Fire Grenade. Wait, what? Like, at the end of every one of your turns, the skulls explode? Hurricane Squall, 20 inch only 3% crit. Hang on. So right now we're using Zero Skull gains 4 deflection. So the one that we're using right now is the Skull Storm can be used as partial cover, which is pretty cool. But if this is at the end of each of your turns, it emits an explosion, assuming it doesn't hurt itself. I don't know if it hurts friendlies or not. Very curious to try that out, because then you can just have the Skull Storm just keep following an enemy and keep exploding. Alright, and then this one... 25 weapon skill, max increase 50%, 30% more damage. Nope. I'm happy with his chip. Okay. Is there anything else in here? Yes, there is.
They will see.
Drag the chest out.
Oh, yes. They
Gleito pulls this out.
will see.
In the broken base of the scales is a chest adorned with the patina-covered emblem of the Adeptus Arbites. The purity seal suggests it was consecrated before being immured. Dude, what? I could have totally missed this stuff. Miragon shield. Miragon ring. When the wearer kills a target for the first time in a round, their next attack automatically hits. The wearer's arbitrator abilities used this round can be used again. Miragon boots. While under the effect of ruthless suppression, the wearer is immune to immobilize, prone, and slow. Miragon helmet. If the wearer is the arbitrator with castigator, their castigator abilities cost 0. Miragon shield. The wearer's incoming damage is reduced by 40%, and damage dealt to Xenos and demons is increased by 20%. I'm sorry, what? The wearer's incoming damage reduced by 40%. Just 40% damage reduction. That's insane. Okay. And what is this? Marshal's armor, the Cronus Expanse. The target's hit by the wearer's attacks opportunity becomes immobilized by 1. Keep my old armor. It looked nicer. That shield is wild. Okay. Some various weapons. So this one is bonuses if you're a castigator. I don't remember if I am a castigator. What am I? Overseer, warrior. I'm an exemplar. Okay. I am not a castigator. When the wearer hits an enemy with a shield, all allies in a 3-cell radius gain 5 resolve till the end of combat. Does not stack. That is such an ugly hat! I think I might keep the other helmet, the one that makes it hard to resist the taunt, because that is big. Oh god, I gotta find it. Taunt, yeah, targets affected by taunting scream have minus 40 to their chance to resist it. How long is this game? 2 or 3 decades? It's pretty long. So if you enjoy this type of game, there's a lot of gameplay. And replayability, because there's so many branching paths. Alright, we got to level up. Additional AP increase. Oh, that's easy. We don't even have to make a choice. You just get an additional action each turn. Easiest level up ever. Okay. Is there anything else in here?
What lies beyond?
It's saying I can loot the lady that, like, got blasted by the big gun and fell through the floor. I don't think I can reach her. I think the people that were executed by the giant gun, like, fell down there, and they're showing up on the mini-map, but I can't actually reach their bodies. By the way, Muck, can you mouse over what skill the servo skull explosion say it mimicked? It said a fire grenade, but yeah, give me a second, I'll try. Whenever I replay these kinds of games, I mostly just make the same choices. I definitely have made different choices this time. Alright, so fire grenade. It's weird. It's in colored text, which usually means I can mouse over it, but it doesn't let me. Let me see if I have one. Creates a burning area which lasts for 3 rounds. Any creature which enters that area or stands there at the moment when the effect is applied suffers 10 damage with 20% armor pen and burning for 3 rounds. Hold on. No. I'm wondering, because, like, right now it has Medicaid signal, right? So I usually have it sitting in the middle of my team. If I do this, I wonder if it's just gonna hurt me. But it's worth a shot. We'll see it. We'll see what happens, because there's a different signals you can use. Medicaid signal's the one I usually use, and if that ends up being one where it's like, okay, this needs to be nowhere near the team, then I'll need to change it to something else. It also said it reduces burning on allies. Oh, did it? Hold on, I probably glossed over that. Well, it says at the start of your turn, their burning is reduced. At the end of the turn, it explodes. So the question is, at the start of this thing's turn again, like, if this explodes, it sets the ally on fire. Then the ally has a turn, they take fire damage, then you have a turn and reduce the fire. Like, they're still gonna take damage. It's funny, though. Let's see. Find Jessamine. Go to Footfall. Okay, is that Footfall? That's Footfall, way the heck down there. Okay, big freaking jump. This is an orange path, so we might get attacked. The Void Ship is in the clutches of the warp elements. A whirlpool has suddenly emerged and is threatening to throw the ship off course and leave the helpless crew at the mercy of the Sea of Souls. Only the Navigator's talent can save hundreds of people from madness or death. Call upon the Navigator to steer the ship back on course, as is the Navigator's duty. Oh, that's it. Okay. Alright, one more jump. The clan servicing the cool. Oh, okay. So we already know the solution for this. We've seen this before. Kill it with fire. That's literally the solution. There's bad stuff, and you get flamethrowers, and you handle it. At some point, I want to go to the bridge and try talking with. I'll try now. I want to try talking with our Arbides guy, Solomon. And see if he has anything special to say now that we've finished his DLC thing. I gotta say, there was multiple times I thought the DLC was over, and then it was just like, one more thing. One more thing. One more thing. Oh, there's a tithe. Oh, the tithe is on the planet. Oh, the planet's exploding. Okay, you saved the tithe. The tithe is going to Dargonis. Oh, they stole the tithe from Dargonis. Oh, now you're under trial for stealing the tithe. Like, it was just constantly one more thing. It's like, I thought we handled this.
Rogue trader.
Shall we discuss the mission on Thessara?
Of course. Which part?
What do you think we could have done to satisfy the prefect?
I do not know. It was one of those tough situations where only time will tell how well you handled them. If I were in your position, I would take the prefect's evaluation in stride and learn from your painful experience on Dasara. Sometimes, life knocks the wind out of you in a way that can't be dodged, so it helps to learn how to take a hit. We could discuss something else?
I have questions about what transpired in the Palace of Justice.
Understandable. That trial was unprecedented, as was its ending.
What do you suppose awaits the Adeptus Arbites in the Coronis Expanse?
The Marshal's removal is sure to become a test of the Arbite's spirit, but I believe in the Arbitrator's perseverance. We were taught to do our duty no matter the circumstances, and even while we are leaderless, the Lex Imperialis will guide us through.
Let's see. Tugon says, Muck, is it true that minion or pet builds are easier and superior in CRPGs? My answer is it depends on the CRPG. So, let me give you some examples. In Divinity Original Sin 2, hell yes. It's very powerful in that game. Right? It's quite good. In this game, it's definitely solid. I don't think it's more powerful than an Arch-Militant just shooting with a gun 20 times in one turn. Right? It definitely depends on the game, for sure. Because there are some games where it's just like, you know? It's just not that good. Like Guild Wars 2 is an example of a game where pet builds are just not that good. Now, that's not a CRPG, but it's, you know, one of the first ones that come to mind. How is Galeto? Have you already had the recording device extracted?
I've decided not to subject him to yet another procedure. The protocol that was making him conduct surveillance has been stopped after all. We might have need of this function someday, but for now, it has been disabled. Into the void with it.
What are your plans as future Marshal?
Other than unerring service? Actually, I've been thinking a lot lately. About how the Creed stands farther from the God Emperor than the Lex Imperialis. I want his law to become the sole pillar of faith for the Arbitrators. I wish to guide them, not only as a Marshal, but also as a preacher.
Ew. I know you had great respect for the Marshal. His crime must have come as a blow to you.
Gregorus Strax used to be an outstanding servant of the Lex Imperialis, and I still cannot understand why he failed to recognize Voltur as an enemy.
Did you beat BG3 Honor Mode with pet or minion build setup? What was my setup at BG3? I had a Ranger that had a pet, but it was not carrying me. It was just there. Mainly, the pet, the Ranger pet in my party, I would use it if someone went downstate, because it could swoop in, use aid ally to get them back on their feet, and then swoop out. And so it could, without being in much danger, revive people. So I used it as a, like, you know, a utility tool. The other party members, there was 2 Druids of the Stars and 1 Shapeshifter. So no, I did not use summons to carry me through the game in BG3 the way that I did in Divinity Original Sin 2. So yeah, there was 1 pet in the party, but it was mainly just for emergency revives. That was it. So yeah. The thing is, in BG3, if you have a Ranger pet or something like that and it dies, you have to you have to do a long rest, like, you know, like rest for a day basically, to revive it. So it's not really conducive to using it as a frontline fighter, because if it goes down, you have to rest for a whole day to get it again. It's even worse in the pen and paper version. In pen and paper, if you know, your druid animal or your ranger companion or whatever dies, you gotta go like meditate in the woods for a week until nature gives you a new one or something like that.
I'm inclined to believe that Strax had grown too distant from the Lex Imperialis. The letter of his law holds all the answers and solutions, but Strax faltered in his judgment and turned to Voltur for advice. His waning faith made him blind and led him to a predictable and ignominious end.
Okay.
So do I. Do you wish to talk about something else? You know where to find me, rogue trader.
Okay. What is this game? If so, what is the routing number of your bank? What? 5. That's just 5. I'm very old. And the game is Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Okay. Let's see. We need to go back to the map. Okay. Footfall. Lord Captain, we've received a Vox message from Footfall. The Inquisition has declared martial law on the station due to the threat of Malleus Extremus. Docking will require special permission, and even most of the asteroids have been cordoned off. The station's custodian, her ladyship Incendia Corda, sends her greetings and invites your lordship to disembark at the docks with a small retinue. Her enforcers will meet you there to escort you to another chamber for private audience. What other options for landing on Footfall do we have? We have none, Lord Captain. The augurs are reporting that all docking gates not watched by enforcers are locked and rigged with explosives. Very well. Let us take a look at Footfall's new hospitality. As you wish, Lord Captain. Only one option, atrium. This is the road trader that likes you, Monk. They all like me. What are you talking about? I'm so likable. Yeah, going back to earlier, like Divinity Original Sin 2, your summons in that game, if they died, you could just resummon it like right away. So in that game, it was very abusable. Also, they were quite strong. They had a thing where like when you summon them, depending on the surface they were on, they would inherit that surface. So like if you summoned them on a flame, they would be like a fire elemental. If you summoned them out of a pool of, like if you hit an enemy and a pool of blood comes out of them and then you summon them out of that, they would be a life-stealing like blood elemental. There's all kinds of crazy stuff you could do. She's caught up.
There will be no peace in my wake.
What's that? Okay.
I still can't believe we be saved. In the Dark City, I often pray to the Exalted One, and now I'm going to need a lot of thrones to hold up my end of the bargain. But I have no regrets.
My end of the bar, she was bargaining with... Oh! It's a horror game now. Okie dokie. You survived the trial. How did you manage that? When they grabbed you on the street, I thought... I like how they're taking turns sitting on nothing. I was a hair's breadth from servitorization, yes, but one of the patrols confirmed I wasn't at the scene.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Jay, can you pick the lock on this?
And done.
Have mercy, our families are starving. We only took a couple of Nutri-Bars. Lies. I see clearly with my naked eye the corruption that has engulfed your nature. Only the cleansing fire can absolve you now. Guilty. Yeah, I'm as dogmatic as the next guy, but that guy took a Snickers and you're hit him with a flamethrower? Is this fire cleansing enough for you, you crazy hag? The Emperor protects me. Guilty. Burn him. Oh, that assassination attempt didn't go very well, did it? Incendia Corda is absorbed in reading a long strip of parchment. Her left hand is holding a silver spoon with which she is carefully scooping up brain matter. What? Hold on. Unknown number. She is scooping up brain matter from the open skull of the man contorted next to her. This dude who's alive? I mean, that's kind of gross either way, but... Mukluk, I was informed of your arrival. Exhaustion has marked Incendia's features with a crisscross of lines and deep furrows. Her cheek is forever twisted in a continuous nervous tick, yet her eyes are ablaze with indomitable resolve. A dazzling aura of power and righteous fury surrounds her like a mantle. She gracefully brings a gold-plated inhaler to her lips, takes a deep breath, and the fire in her gaze flares like a plasma thruster. Look closely at Incendia. One look at Incendia's full-dress uniform shows that it has not been changed in many days. The collar is greasy and the braid trim is stained with sweat. The air is tinged with the smell of an inhaled stimulant that is used to give serfs the ability to work multiple watches without rest. Point at the man with the open skull. What is that? Incendia sinks her silver spoon into the man's brain and slowly consumes the revolting morsel. I must know the taste of a criminal's thoughts. It is how I learn to recognize their patterns. Flesh and blood can grant revelations, but not like this. Devouring flesh is a profane act. Kibella looks with disapproval at the open brain and the pulsing blue vein within. This is not the way to serve the Undying One. I want to try a bite? No, that's with a heretic run. Put the poor man out of his misery. This entertainment of yours reeks of corruption. Incendia does not bat an eye at the man's death. A laughable accusation. Do you think yourself capable of detecting corruption? Something wild sparks in her pale eyes. You know not the first thing about perceiving it, sensing it, peering into people's souls, then seeing the heinousness within. You do not know what it's like to look at their faces and see the brand of their impious deeds. But I know it all too well, and none shall escape my wrath. I've encountered sanctioned death cults that practice cannibalism as part of their way of praising the Emperor. A surprisingly large number of them harbored heresy with them. You have suspicions about me? Well, it is your duty to suspect, but do your eyes see any trespass here? No, I have committed no malefaction against him. I do not see a single tome of the Lex Imperialis in this place, which means you have spurned the letter of the Emperor's law and that of Holy Terror. Your judgment is your own. How far have you fallen in your hubris, Incendia? You have the gall to accuse me of heresy. No, you are the one indulging your hubris by thinking that your former life outweighs the deeds of your present. My former life being Arbides. Hide behind your dusty tomes all you want. I will show you true justice. The Lord Inquisitor has bestowed upon me the honor of bringing order to this cesspool of pirates and heretics, to rid Footfall of the corruption that has fettered its limbs and turned this Imperial station into a hotbed of free thinking and inefficiency, and I will not rest until all have been judged. Continue. It pleases me that you get to share in the triumph of Footfall's purging with me. What? Requires dogmatic. See, I didn't see this option last time. You said you would not rest until you had judged every soul on this station. I, too, wish to stand before your court. Plus 30? That's how much dogmatic I got when I judged a planet. Incendia stares at you in amazement. You truly wish to stand trial. Very well. May your zeal serve as an example to the rest. Incendia leans forward and peers into your eyes. Her gaze, like a monk carrying a rushlight, wanders down the corridors of your soul's fortress, checking every corner in search of the slightest faults or traces of corruption. Moments pass as Incendia conducts her very thorough investigation until at last she reclines on her throne again. A weary smile touches her lips. I see no sign of taint in your soul, Mukluk. You are pure before the Emperor, and thus I acquit you and grant you his blessing in parting. Go forth and bring his punishment to those who have turned their back on his word. That was a lot of dogmatic. What happened between you and Winterscale? Winterscale is a traitor. While the Expanse burns, ravaged by heretics and unhallowed Xenos, he abandoned his duty completely and had the nerve to ignore the Lord Inquisitor's call to battle. My servants are capturing his worlds and ships while he hides from his reckoning, indulging his base urges. Soon enough, he too will stand before judgment. Since you, Mukluk, helped me curb Caligos's appetites once before, when you refused to help Footfall with shipments of grain and allowed Corda to take control, I will invite you to divide his territories with me. Once we have extinguished these roaring flames of wickedness, House von Valancius will be welcome to partake in the conquest of that profaner's worlds. Have you and Caligos lost your minds? The Expanse is in a calamitous state, and you two are busy settling scores. You must cease this at once. Negotiating with that mad dog is off the table now. He will merely laugh at your talk of reconciliation and execute your envoys. For too long has Caligos reveled in impunity and believed himself king of his world. So you're in charge of Footfall now? Indeed I am. When the Lord Inquisitor enacted martial law in the Expanse, I offered him my support at once. Footfall was chosen as the Lord Inquisitor's headquarters, and the position of Footfall's liege was temporarily abolished for the duration of this war, or perhaps longer than that. All authority was transferred to the station's warden, to me. While the Lord Inquisitor is preoccupied with matters of strategic planning, I am tasked with overseeing security and order. I like the option to hover over something and get a recap of what it's talking about. Yeah, this game is really good with its tooltips. And there is much to do on that front. Pirates and smugglers, apostates and coal traders, deserters and outlaws, every one of them warrants attention. Cracking her neck, stiff from many hours of reading documents, Incendia again dips her silver spoon and scoops out brain matter from the open skull of the poor fellow standing next to her. I mean, he's not standing, I killed him. Everywhere you look, servants are buckling under heavy stacks of new denunciations, warrants, and other documents.
Mukluk love.
Where's the Lord Inquisitor? In the Liege chambers, coordinating the Expanse's defense, his attention is focused on matters of vital importance, and he is not seeing any supplicants. The soldier wearing inquisitorial armor echoes Incendia's words. Your lordship cannot see the Lord Inquisitor now, however, he bade to inform your lordship he will summon you later when circumstances permit. Chuckle and point at the assassin's corpse. I can tell you are quite popular with the locals. FCC, thank you for the sub, dude. Appreciate that. Welcome back. 76 months. This attempt was mediocre and far from the first, but my enforcers and my throne keep me safe. She pats an armrest and smiles. Its refractor field is impervious even to tank shells. That thief Takara had this sacred Drusian relic stashed in one of his storerooms. We shall see whether Footfall will thank the Emperor for your reign. In due time, I shall weed out all the taint that has bred here on Footfall for so long, and then pious fear, loyalty, and devotion will once again become the pillars of this station under his watchful eye. Enough words. Your accused wait, and so do my duties. Wait. You have a duty to the Emperor that you must see to. Vladame Takara, the deplorable rebel who once ruled the station, has slipped from my grasp. He is inciting the people to revolt, killing my servants, and hiding from my wrath with the dexterity of a void rat. My informers claim he often appears in that den of unrest that bears the irreverent name the Adeptus Amacicus. We have made several attempts to arrest him, yet he has evaded capture each time. Reverend Hieronymus has gone there to convince him to surrender quietly, but his efforts have likewise been unsuccessful. In the interest of Footfall's integrity, Takara must be apprehended. Together we shall make that scoundrel pay for his crimes. Let him drink the cup of his wrath to full, a cup that will be delivered by our hands. The asteroid where the Adeptus Amacicus is located has been cordoned off, but my enforcer will take you there. I want you to learn to lure Takara out of his hole and seize him so that he may stand trial. Do this for the sake of Footfall's liberation and pave the road that my justice will tread. You pronounce Vladame a criminal. Why wouldn't I? That vile rogue's infamy is known to all. He patronized thieves, smugglers, and pirates. By his leave, heresies and unholy cults flourished. That he has evaded punishment this long can only be described as gross negligence, which I intend to rectify in short order. Some of the people you wish to execute are useful to me. I purchase valuable equipment from them. The scoundrels and thieves will be replaced by honest suppliers. Even degenerates such as Kazbalika can be of some use in the coming crisis, but their willful leaders need to be replaced with more pliable and trepidatious successors. It is the only way for us to protect ourselves from being stabbed in the back. Why did Hieronymus go to the Adeptus Amacicus? Reverend Hieronymus headed where the rebels are seen most often so he could preach to them and sway them to repent. Alas, he still cannot see the difference between those who have erred and those who are beyond the hope of redemption. I'm pretty sure the last time I played this, I helped Vladame take Korda down. Like, neither of them are good guys. What if I help Korda this time? I will help you deal with Vladame. I never doubted you. The Emperor protects. But remember, her eyes flash maniacally. None of the rebel leaders are allowed to die before their trial. I forbid you to execute them without my leave. Okay.
Mukluk Bobble.
Hey, Trezana, thank you. Appreciate that. Alright, so I think I go back this way now.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
Let's see. Martyr's Endurance. I think this is the bar where we met Jay. It's nice to look in here every now and then outside Guild Wars 2 times. Well, typically I'm doing Guild Wars 2 every Tuesday, and other games on the other days, so there's a lot of days to peek in here. 2 arms. Wait! It's his lordship von Valancius. I thought it was Korda's dogs with another inspection. Stand down. False alarm.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
You have no other options, Ryza. If you abandon Footfall to Korda and flee, where are you going to sell your goods? Or restock your supplies? It will just be a slow death for all of you with no ammunition, no water, and no air. So quit bargaining with fate and stick to the plan. Plan? More like a suicide pact. You have no allies, no weapons, nothing. Vladame and Riza notice you, and the old pirate grins sarcastically. You're a runt trying to play with the big boys, Vakimo. You've taken on a rogue trader's dynasty with only a handful of heavies and a couple of guns to your name. The way I see it, your march to the gallows is more of a gallop. Then you note the contraption replacing Riz's right leg. A tangle of thick cables around industrial cylinder pistons. A makeshift augmetic rigged up from whatever was available at the docks. The pirate has not been wearing it for long, judging by the fresh stitches on her stump. Every so often, the ligament sparks. Decision consequences. You refused to help Footfall with shipments of grain and allowed Korda Dynasty to take control of the station. So, that made her lose a leg. Turning away from Rizza, Vladame's expression does not change, but an indistinct curse falls from his lips. What do we have here? A couple of hardened insurgents? With a wry smile, Vladame corrects you. Ungodly, lawless rabble-rousers who are a threat to the security of the station. Kindly refer to us using our full titles, please. Charles, since I'm rarely watching a stream actively, most of my watching times are during the longer-lasting events of yours too. Gotcha. Yeah, typically, like, if they do drops, or if there's, like, a new content or something I want to do, then I'll, typically play it for a week or two straight. But, my regular schedule is I play it one day a week. Greetings, your lordship. And as for you, Vakimo, I've got nothing to add. Your plan's utter crap. I don't gamble on those kind of odds. I'll leave you to think about your prospects. Maybe you'll realize that using my shuttle would be a better idea while me and my shuttle are still here. This is so stupid. Alright, so I'm surrounded by these people. And I'm just going to draw my weapon and shout, "In the name of the law, every insurgent present here is under arrest." That's like a cop, like, imagine a single cop doing that in the middle of, like, a mob den. Vladame is lightning fast as he whips his pistol out of his holster and smiles. I knew this was exactly how our little war was going to end. Alright then, let's do this the Footfall way. If I pay you thrones, that means you to battle. Enough, Vladame! I was hoping I could temper your pride, but you are too rooted in your arrogant and heretical ways. All you're faithful to the Emperor. Let us take a stand for his liege, rogue trader von Valancius.
Oh, glorious!
Okay, whose side is everyone on?
I will take you down.
Slith. Kabalite warriors. I love these guys who are just continuing to, like, eat and drink. Like, that would be me in this situation. Get your characters in position. Alright. I want people to be close enough together that we can, do buffs and stuff, if possible. I need Echo near the middle. Wait, what's... Oh, I have to do like this. Okay. Wait, there's still something wrong. What? Oh, the dog. You can't start within melee range of an enemy. Alright, Heinrichs, give him an action.
I won't object
Regen
to
on
it.
the party.
For the throne's
Forewarning.
glory. Go on.
Discharge. Okay. Frontline.
I'm not
Stronghold
accustomed to being
stratagem.
ordered around.
Pull everyone in this area closer together.
If you insist,
Giving a
Lord
few
Captain.
attacks of opportunity. Put a debuff
I'm a
on the boss, it'll
navigator,
start spreading
not a
around.
servitor.
Hold on. Let's make it quick.
Dang. He hit Jay really hard just then.
Let's get to it. That all you've got. Enough of this.
Cabela.
I
Buff.
shall not
Buff. Take away his ability to
As
parry.
honor ordains.
Buff.
As
Buff.
the tenets
Buff.
demand. As honor ordains. I shall not fail.
Splat! Oh my god. Kool-Aid everywhere.
Trust me. Come. The other side awaits, as honor ordains.
Okay. Kick.
You've unleashed my fury. Let me educate you on your claw and fast. The foe will be torn asunder.
Alright, trying to not have the bullet pierce through this guy and hit my team. That would be awful.
None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father.
Quick, quick!
Oh, there's a guard helping me.
Fate claims.
Muk just parried and killed... Wait, was that the boss? What the hell? Look at all this! What? No, it was a thug. Okay. Where is the... Did we already kill the boss? Where is he? Oh, he's over there. Okay, so he was here. I don't know when he moved over there. All right. Okay. That was a nice parry, though.
Let's see.
Taunting those two.
A wicked thought. Let's see.
Nice. Well, I guess I didn't need to taunt him. I didn't realize I could kill them both in the same turn.
What is my muse?
Crippling shot on the guard.
Let's get to it.
Another one is
Oh.
shattered.
We just killed something. Wait. Muk dodged and parried. Deals 56 damage to Thug. Critical hit. Thug dies. Okay. Let's see. I just realized I haven't buffed yet. Heinrich's, usually on Heinrich's first turn, I buff up, and this is Heinrich's first turn.
Let's see to it. I won't object to it, but of course, Lord Captain.
Fight's almost over.
I won't object to it.
Okay, so... Provocations. Alright, so if we're gonna use the skulls as explosives, instead of using the Medicae signal, Provocation signal. At the start of their turn, each enemy in a 4-cell radius around the skull swarm makes a willpower test with a penalty. Each enemy that fails the test will make a free attack against the closest creature, ally, or enemy if possible.
Commands are more pleasant to give than to follow. Two are better than one.
Let's see what happens. I could do more with her turn, but I want to see how this pans out. Alright, so yeah, there was the fire and the provocation. Yeah. And it hit the friendly guard too. So this thing is just a remote control, like, repeated bomb at this point. Which is very different gameplay.
I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument!
I gotta be careful or he's gonna shoot through these guys and kill the skull.
See, die in disgrace! Don't dishonor the wolf with such tasks. Our foes reek of cowardice.
So we still got Takara over there.
If I may,
You resisted.
in the
Finest
name of
hour
House
on
Ophelion,
Ulfar.
I shall prevail.
The fame-hungry come. So it shall be. Cubs play.
Are you serious?
None can do this better than a warrior.
That's 95% chance. What do you mean you missed him 7 times? My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
XCOM moment. Dude, 95% chance to hit, 7 misses. That is some, like, 1 in 10,000 BS or something. I don't know.
As the tenants demand, trust me. I shall not fail. I am your blade and shield.
Wait, I'm sorry, what? Get back here.
Shadow will see it done.
Bro, what?
As the
Get
tenants
back
demand.
here.
Trust me, killing.
Dude, twice when it was not his turn, he ran away. Alright, rewind movement.
I hunger for battle. So it shall be. I will carve runes out of your bones.
Alright. The skull explode thing is interesting, but dude, there would be so many environments where that would be terrible. Because like, if you're fighting in a small hallway or something, you're just gonna hurt yourself. Incendia casts a damning glance at Vladame, who is shifting about in a puddle of his own blood. She says sternly, Footfall will be relieved to know that law has been restored in every sector of the station at last. Footfall will be delighted to know that you're dead, you red-headed bitch. I would suggest a show of mercy. We have demonstrated our power. They will not dare rebel again. That is out of the question. I will not let them slip from the law's grasp again. With whom shall we begin, Muk? Let us convict Vladame. Vladame Takara, I charge you before the Emperor's stern gaze with contempt for the creed he gave us, with harboring lawless heretics, with crimes against his loyal servants, and with armed rebellion against his will. Yes, that's what they say about me, and what they say about you is that you're an obscura huffing maniac who kills people for sport. Oh my god! You can lobotomize him and make him a servant. Death is the Emperor's peace, and it must be earned. Let me turn him into a servitor on my ship. That will teach him obedience. 30! There is truth in your words, Mukluk. Goodness is born of servitude. Vladame Takara, for your crimes you will undergo servitude imperpetuous. And, what is that word? Imperpetuous. Imperpetuous. And be passed on to the ownership of House von Valancius. Vladame looks at you in disappointment. So you're denying me a quick death. Then again, an eternity as a mindless walking pile of scrap on your ship is better than another second next to this crazed monster. Corda surveys the bar and asks in a ruthless voice, who will face trial next? So you can say Judge Rizza or don't Judge Rizza. I don't really have beef with Rizza. Conclude the trial. I disagree. I see one more dangerous plotter here. Incendia's finger points at Riza. Ah. Me? Riza bares her teeth, grabs her weapon, and stares at the enforcers like a hunted beast. But I never fought against you. I never backed Vladame. And because of that, we are supposed to pardon you for your past offenses? Commoner Riza, you are charged with piracy, with aiding and abetting rebels, and with blasphemous heresy and worship of the ruinous powers. Burn for eternity, ungodly wretch. You think you can judge me? Riza whips out an amulet with a beast-fanged head crowned by horns. She grins ominously. You shouldn't have done that. I have something up my sleeve in case the worst came to the worst. I, Riza, reject your accursed justice and your accursed emperor. I accept the deal that was offered me and surrender myself to the edge of daybreak. Die, you red-headed monster. Oh, this should be good. The fanged head opens its mouth, roars, and spits out a flaming arrow at Incendia. What? What a weapon. Okay, so she's holding a gun, has it off to the side, and she pulls out an amulet hanging from a chain. She holds it up and says, I accept the deal, and a symbol of a monster face on the amulet opens his mouth and spits a flaming arrow out of the amulet. Which is, I guess, more powerful than the gun. But the graphic is just the gun. Oh my god! Alright, so her special attack did nothing, and then she just painted the wall with her, literally. Wow. Okay. Incendia's hands fold swiftly into the sign of the Aquila, which meets the blow like a shield. Alright, there's something I want to say. The Aquila is like a bird, right? I don't know what it means. When they say they do their hands in the sign of the Aquila, my mental image is that every time they do that, they're like... Which makes it so much funnier when they do it in serious situations. I don't know what the hand sign is. I always just imagine, like, for his majesty. Blam. Which meets the blow like a shield. Flickering flame runs down her pale fingers, leaving no burn marks. She whips out her weapon, and a shining ray blinds everyone. 100 times more powerful than what any Inferno pistol can produce. You did it right? Really? Did they do the flappy bit? Nog says, reminder that the Gilbertsu community meetup. Yes, my wife is working on getting those. Sign of the Aquila from the wiki. Oh, let's take a look. Hang on. I mean, okay, that's not. I made it look a little derpier than this. So they're doing it like just to their chest, which looks slightly better than. Okay. So, hold on, let me read that again. So she makes the sign of the Aquila, which meets the blow like a shield. Flickering flame runs down her fingers, leaving no burn marks. Then she pulls out her weapon, and a shining ray blinds everyone. 100 times more powerful than what any Inferno pistol can produce. The blast atomizes Riza before she has time to utter her last curse. Atomizes. Turn to Incendia. What was that? Faith. A shield gifted by the Emperor to his servants. Did you not recognize the light of our protector, Mukluk? Corda looks serene and her voice has mellowed. Her face is completely calm, no longer visited by her nervous tic. Did you know she was a heretic all along? I saw right through her. Her every crime, her every tainted thought. I perceived the seed of corruption she was wearing on her chest, an unholy vow and collateral for the promises given to her by servants of the archenemy. Yes, I knew. I sensed it the moment I looked upon the corrupt old wretch. What a pathetic attempt! She deserved what happened to her. The Emperor pointed me toward wickedness, and I destroyed it. Justice has been done. Enforcers, arrest all the lesser rebels. They will face trial in due course. Incendia's voice is majestic and imperious, causing everyone to bow their heads in obedience. Thank you for your aid in the cleansing of Footfall, Mukluk. The Emperor protects. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I definitely made different decisions last time. I never saw any of this. Doesn't ring a bell at all.
Amidst the madness.
Monofilament grenade.
My pleasure.
Seems like you're handling this pretty easily. Yeah, I got a pretty solid party. One, this is my second playthrough. I'm like I'm not good at building like, you know, crazy combos to one-shot kill bosses, but I'm pretty good at, you know, making like a solid team in games like this. And we are playing on daring difficulty. There's like normal mode, daring, hard, and then like insane or something. And last time I played on hard mode, and honestly, I was finding all the fights on foot, but the ship fights were just like unfair. And so it's like to the point where I would have to like kite with the ship for 30 minutes to finish a fight sometimes. It was really annoying. So we went down to daring this time. Honestly, I feel like proper challenge for me might be turning down the difficulty of the ship fights and turning up the difficulty of the ground fights. That feels right if I really wanted to fiddle with the settings. Burning Faith Insignia. The wearer's first Melta weapon reload in a round costs 0 AP. The wearer's first Melta weapon attack in combat does not count toward attack limit per turn. That's a free Melta blast every combat? Yes, I saw. I've never really done a run where I had anyone using Melta.
In my wake.
Logic chest.
A job for me.
The menu system of the Adeptus Damascus looks eerily similar to the design of the internal scan of the fuel compartment. Someone has inserted new data into the void ship's cogitator left over from ancient times. Leftovers of pitiful food are stuck to the sides of the plates. Carouse.
There, done.
The decanter used to contain a cheap amasec, which for the sake of attractiveness has obviously been enriched with a deodorizing agent.
They will see.
Oh,
yes, indeed. They all will see.
Okay. I think your original representation was better of the bird. Wait. Where do I need to go now? Wait to be summoned. Okay, so I guess I just go back to the ship for now. I saw it, Mr. Mattyman. Good day, everyone. Muck must be feeling better if he's teasing Blue about horror games. I didn't tease. Lord Captain, the Astropaths are reporting a new message. It says Lord Inquisitor Calcazar is sending his regards to your lordship and is hoping to meet you in his palace at Footfall at your earliest convenience. Then let us set course for Footfall. This must be very important. As you wish, Lord Captain. I just left Footfall. Then make a U-turn. I don't know where his palace is. Probably near the atrium. I thought of another thing with the servo skulls. If I do the officer ability to give someone an extra action, and they're near the skulls, it will chain to another person, and you get to give 2 people an extra action. So that's more incentive to keep it set up to be near the party and not near enemies. So I think we're going to change the chip on it. Where's the one where it can be used as cover? This is it.
What lies beyond?
Muck, I can honestly see the Lord Inquisitor using a spy network to summon you right after you leave just to troll you. What a jerk.
Tell me, Blood Scryer of the Allfather, what about me?
Not yet, blessed angel. Not yet.
Patience!
There was a lot to unpack from that conversation with so few words. Ooh. Calcazar. The Lord Inquisitor is engrossed in studying star system charts and reports, which are amassed on the desk like the ridges of a formidable mountain range. There are shadows beneath his eyes, which are ruthlessly dissecting the latest report, and his skin seems stretched taut over the bones of his skull. Without turning his head to you, Calcazar says wearily, "Greetings, your lordship. Your timing is impeccable." An aged servant with the bearing of a veteran approaches the two of you. In a precise movement, he replaces the untouched cup of cold recaf in front of the Lord Inquisitor with a new one slightly steaming. The warrior of Fenris folds his arms on his ceramite-plated chest regally and says in a dour voice, "Greetings, Inquisitor. You and I need to talk." Wait, what? Calcazar bows respectfully. "Glory to the Emperor's angels of Fenris. Your words will be heeded, my lord." Heinrichs nods silently at Calcazar, who responds by ever so slightly bowing his head. Ask for coffee. May the Emperor grant you strength and some time to rest, Lord Inquisitor. The corners of Calcazar's mouth creep upward. In a befitting grave tone, he replies, "I would be loath to trouble our master with a prayer for such an indulgence, especially one so utterly inappropriate in this fraught time." Lady Navigator Cassia Tisifia Everiala. The Lord Inquisitor's lips curve into a thin line as he catches a glimpse of scarlet eyes. "I hear that House Urcelio is going through a tough time. Change is coming. I sincerely hope it is for the better." Your colors, Lord Inquisitor, are as rich as they are multifaceted. I have never encountered anything like it before. Unclouding hues flowing from one to the next. Amazing. Harmony. Amazing and frightening. Cassia raises her chin and nods demurely. That a man of such status and talents has taken an interest in the well-being of a Navis Nobilite house is a great honor. Jay touches the Aquila on her chest and drops her head in an unnecessarily deep bow. "O Lord Inquisitor, smiting spear of the Imperium, with the gold of faith cutting through the nebulae of the Corona 6... Dude, she's brown-nosing. Calcazar raises a hand in warning. "If I were you, Mistress Haydari, I would endeavor not to draw the Inquisition's attention to my person." A death cultist and a rogue trader's personal bodyguard. The Lord Inquisitor gazes at Cabela intently. "I am curious. Do you still adhere firmly to your cult's dogma, or has your loyalty to your master outgrown your faith?" "My loyalty to the Daemon stems from the Undying One's will. Such is the thread of his blade until his whisper bids it to spin a different one." Cabela responds with calm assurance. Let's see. He would obviously call it making sure the rogue trader does not forget his place or something, but it would definitely be trolling. Our Javenna says, "How's the inventory management in this game?" It's okay. It is very generous. It gives you a lot. However, anything labeled as cargo, which is basically like, this serves no purpose other than selling it, automatically goes to a cargo tab. So that tab is just full of stuff that's just sold for money. So you don't have to worry about that. If you find an item that you're like, okay, I am never, ever going to need a las pistol, you can right-click it and say always add to cargo, and then all future las pistols you loot will go to cargo if you do that. So you can kind of set up filters for like commonly looted stuff so that you never have to deal with that item again. However, it is very generous with unique items, so you will have very full bags of like unique things that you're like, oh, maybe I'll need this, you know, that are unique. You wish to speak to the Lord Inquisitor, Olafar? Indeed. You petitioned our aid in fighting Xenos. We spilt much alien blood, but the wind of battle carried me far, and I lost contact with my pack. Do you know where I can seek out my brothers, the Baleful Howl? I am afraid not. According to the information in my possession, they withdrew from the battle raging in the expanse. The Lord Inquisitor's deferential tone now carries a dry edge. You lie. The Baleful Howl never run from battle. Ulfar's reply to the outrageous claim is surprisingly calm. Only the frosty chill of death born of his voice and carried across the room makes everyone's hair stand on end. Is there any way you could help find them? No, but I believe I know someone who is better informed, and I will name that person as soon as we finally start discussing the matter that prompted me to summon your lordship. What help do you want from me? Frosher, if you please. The Inquisitor nods imperiously at the servant who draws some kind of remote control from his pocket. All sounds whose sources are more than 3 meters away fade to nothing.
Reminder that GW2 community meetup registration just opened. I DM'd you the link, good sir look.
Thank you. I think Lady Luck should already be on top of that. Yes. She actually messaged me 60 seconds ago and says tickets for meetup secured. Alright, cool. My flight to Seattle will not be in vain. I'll see some of y'all there. Yep. Thumbs up emoji. Alright. To my chagrin, the ability to be in 2 places at once does not number among my talents, which is why I wish for you to serve in my stead. I place such trust in very few people, you understand. You will feel what it is to walk in my shoes and attempt to compel a gaggle of quarrelsome blockheads to work together. You will reconquer Euphrates II for me. The Inquisitor gestures to the servant and the silencing field disperses. Frosher, another recap. This one has gone cold. Can you tell me more about Euphrates II? Good job, Miss Life, keeping on top of it. Well, when we arranged for the trip, Nog, we both put a reminder on our calendars to scream at us on this day to buy the tickets. So... a sacred world of the Adeptus Mechanicus, off limits to laypeople. I am one of the few who do not worship the Omnissiah to have set foot on its surface, or rather, I was. Now it is crawling with unbelievers. The despicable word-bearers attacked and captured Euphrates II, and the cult of the Final Dawn brought an entire horde of heretics to the planet. I sent my troops to aid the Explorator forces laying siege to the world, but a rift occurred among the commanders. They need an authoritative general, and you are perfect for the role. My confidence is not misplaced, I trust. What do they want with Euphrates II? The reason behind the machinations would be pure speculation at this point, bringing me prisoners to interrogate, and perhaps we will gain some much-needed insight. What forces do we have in place, and what is this rift that occurred between the commanders? Explorator Fleet Divine Cognizance 7821 recalled its most combat-ready units to retake the world. They were supported by my most powerful strike fleet and a group of deadlier allies. I dispatched a pack of space wolves to hunt down the transgressors. Unfortunately, the leaders have failed to find a common language. The esteemed Thorvald is at odds with the conclave of the Mechanicus' battle congregation, and the Omnissiah's servants find Thorvald's strident nature off-putting. Neither group is fond of militant Sibilek, who commands my forces. We're not fond, to be precise. The esteemed militant perished with his ship a week ago when his noble allies failed to support his offensive. The Inquisitor bows to Ulfar curtly. I recommend that you too go to Euphrates II, my lord. Perhaps your pack was less reticent with the esteemed Thorvald than with me, and told him where they decided to direct their efforts. It is a fine suggestion, which I accept gratefully, Inquisitor. The expression of respect on Ulfar's face does a poor job of hiding his antipathy. What matter first brought you to Euphrates II out of interest? An utterly transparent attempt to learn about secret intelligence. I offer to make you my general and you try to pump me for information? Poorly done. The word bearers went there themselves. They didn't just send in their puppets. Clearly the stakes for them are high enough. Eurylon the Cruel has stirred his profane self to make a personal appearance on Euphrates II. Kunragd Voitvir, incidentally, is also there. I hear you two have unfinished business. Him I will generously leave to you. When you are finished with him, you may simply dispose of his mortal remains. No need to surrender them to the Inquisition for an inquest. Consider it my gift. How did you manage to enlist the aid of the Angels of the Emperor? I must remind you that I am still Lord Inquisitor of the Cronus Expanse, not merely some... What do you always say, Frosher? Some Grox-bothering prick. If certain rogue traders at times allow themselves to speak to me in an overly willful manner, that should not give you cause to doubt my authority. The situation is clear. I'm glad 40,000 years in the future they speak English. Actually, lore-wise, the humans speak what's called Low Gothic. And the game is simply in English. So, yeah, I don't know if canon it's the same as English, but it is brought up many times when we have language barriers with others, that they are speaking something called Low Gothic, and he has a device called an enunciator? Something like that, elucidator, and it will translate alien languages into Low Gothic, and whatever you say into alien languages. You will be given the details when you arrive in orbit around Euphrates II. I will smash the heretics. I never doubted you, your lordship. Emperor protects. Kalkazar nods at the paper that his servant has deferentially delivered to the table. This document attests to the extraordinary powers you now have at your disposal. I am counting on your success, Mukluk. Okay. I got some level ups, too. Not bad. Probably should have led with, you can kill Kunrad at Euphrates, everything else would have been just gravy. Each use of slash increases damage by 1 till end of combat. Sure. Carouse. Alright, Ulfar. Enough bullets for everyone. Okay. Alright, Heinrichs. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see. What skills does he have high numbers in besides Lore Xenos? Carouse. Alright. Cassie. What do we got? Tenacity. Navigator powers do additional damage for every bonus characteristics on the staff. Sure. Awareness. Persuasion. Alright, J. Trying to find something that would be useful in any way. Voice of command and bring it down at your reduced cost the first time they are used in combat. Sure. Alright, what else we got? So she's got crazy stats. However, when she's in the party, she's typically the only one that can do what Pascal normally does. So let's give her more logic and tech use. Alright, and finally, Cabela. What do you got? Desperate measure, okay. Whenever the Blade Dancer is healed for the first time in a round, they are healed for an additional toughness bonus wounds and gain 10 toughness till end of combat stacks. I wonder if regen would cause this to trigger every single round, constantly making her tougher. That could be cool to try. She's my main person for Medicae and Demolition. Alright, quick save.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue.
Okay, so head back to the ship now. Low Gothic is represented as English, High Gothic is like Latin, Adeptus Mechanicus speak in Binary. Yeah, if the Adeptus Mechanicus, if there's like a few of them together in a room and they're talking with each other, they just basically beat boop like really rapidly and they can communicate much faster. So when they're talking to people that don't speak, Binary, and they don't have like the right implants, they have to, slow down and speak in Low Gothic so we understand. Alright, where's the system? We have some quests. So I guess we need to go over there. Which is that red path there, which is... It's going to take quite a few jumps to get there. Okay, let's do this jump first. Objects discovered, trophies. Lord Captain reporting. Shortly before departure from Footfall, a group of messengers in luxurious garbs delivered a strong box and several chests bearing the the insignia of House Orselio to the ship. I suppose the use of gold-clad servants instead of servitors was an extravagant attempt by the navigators to draw the attention of the rogue trader. Holy gifts. Considering the incident on the capital world, the enforcer officers checked the Navis Nobilitae gifts thrice. I am pleased to report that none of them threaten you, Lady Cassio's, or the crew's well-being. Having said that, a closer examination of the strongbox by the tech adepts revealed a data slate with a vid message addressed personally to you, alongside some kind of encrypted data. We dared not touch them without your instructions. What vid message? Show me. As your command, Lord Captain. Vigdis issues several orders, and the vid screen of your personal cogitator springs to life. The machine enters rumbling unhappily. Rogue Trader. A familiar piercing voice comes from the cogitator's Vox system, and you see a bloated face with sagging skin and a gaping hole where the nose should be. We, Great Regent Aranto Orselio, send greetings and hope this message finds you in good health. You spared the Great Regent's life while passing judgment on the navigators of House Orselio. House Orselio will soon hold a grand council with the Palace of Atlas, the holy relic that connects all navigators of our house. The meetings will take place not in the physical world, but in the world of thoughts, dreams, and visions. It is the only way to avoid bloodshed and decide the fate of the sacred child at last. Thanks to the Atlas, we feel that the soul of the child is full of dismay, and yet the Rogue Trader's words bear a lot of weight with the child, so he may soothe its anxiety and lead the child down the right path. The path of accepting its duty before the house and ascending the Novador's throne. I hope you consider my offer, Mukluk von Valancius, for it is in your power to not only strengthen the bond between our dynasties, but multiply your riches at the same time. The gifts accompanying this message are but an insignificant part of the Great Regent's gratitude. May the God Emperor protect us all. The vid screen shuts down, and the Vox Master breaks the silence. I am told the message has been relayed to your cogitator, Lord Captain. I hope the data did not get corrupted during playback or delivery. Decode the encryption hidden in the data slate. Yes, Lord Captain. Vigdis falls silent, and the Vox transmission fills with scratchings of a cogita quill and rustling of papers. A messenger servo skull has been sent to the Omnissiah's servants' compartment. Once the data has been decrypted, I will notify you immediately. That will be all. God Emperor protects, Lord Captain. Ravor. Lord Captain, multiple critical systems are failing throughout the vessel. Half the compartments are no longer responding. The ship is falling apart. We request your presence on the bridge immediately. What? Why is the ship falling apart? I just barely started pressing the gas pedal and just like the engine blew out. Turmoil reigns on the bridge, with officers running around frantically tapping the cogitator runes, operators issuing commands into hissing voxcasters, and enforcers brandishing and checking weapons. Only Master Helmsman looks curiously unperturbed. Ravor's ever-scowling face clearly cannot hold any more grim dissatisfaction. I'm glad you've made it here in your one piece, your lordship. I was 10 feet away! The crew is running ship damage control procedures. The situation has been recorded and the ship's log is critical. Mr. Sarbak and I are temporarily in charge of the bridge. I'm organizing the technical staff while Jocasta musters enforcers. The Honorable Vox and Infernus Masters have departed for the affected compartments to take charge of their subordinates, but remain present on the Vox line. I wish to know what disaster has befallen us. Your comm bead springs to life. Infernus Master speaking. There have been several large explosions throughout the ship. A cascading blackout has knocked out lighting, transportation lines, air filtration, and heat control across the entire vessel. Multiple fires detected. All Infernus Guild forces have been deployed for emergency repairs. We will save the ship, no matter the cost. Right now, we are blind, unpowered, defenseless, sinking spittoon drifting through the abyss. The total volume of outages was nearly enough to turn us into an adamantine casket. The crew has suffered heavy casualties due to explosive decompressurization, loss of air supply to compartments, multiple fires, and failures in the transportation systems. The numbers are getting worse by the minute. Damage taken. Bodie McBoatface, 10. Was this an accident or sabotage? While we do not know this for certain, I am convinced that we have been attacked from within. We are now more vulnerable than ever. Her voice is followed by a hiss from the Voxcaster. It might have been a chain reaction caused by accidental failure. The ship is old. That sort of thing can happen. But I commend Mr. Sarbak's vigilance. It is appropriate at this hour. Where is the high factotum? At the time of the accident, Dan Rock was on the freight line inspecting warehouses. He has not been in contact since. We are assuming the worst. He's a big boy. He's got airbags. Where's my retinue? Oh, I hit the wrong button. Vigdis' voice breaks through the shower of static gushing from the Voxcaster. They were in their quarters or carrying out their duties when the incident occurred. Immediately after the emergency meeting, I will summon those you request to the bridge as escorts. We must come up with a plan of action. I've already put together a priority order for the repairs of the critical systems, but many bays have descended into bedlam and riots, making the work difficult. People are terrified and think they're about to die. In addition, some decks have become inaccessible. The trapped crew members' time is running out. Sadly, the optimal survival strategy for the vessel does not include the survival of those poor sods. Okay, I hope it's obvious to everyone my treasures and relics are to be rescued first. Save the vessel. The enforcers must quell the riots and ensure that the work is done. Sarbat grabs the Voxcaster and snarls. All enforcers are to don full gear, spread out among the compartments, and maintain discipline at all costs. If anyone dares to distract the Infernus Guild from their emergency work, shoot them. Record this order, hand it to Servo Skulls, distribute it across all decks. Now. Sarbak's personal Vox bursts to life. Her face contorts with rage as she listens to the report. There's been an incident on the flight deck. A mob of voidsmen, laborers, despicable cowards all are trying to break through to the shuttles. The enforcers are holding them back for now, but the cordon is in danger of being overrun. Dogmatic. Seal the bay doors and mine the shuttles. Let them know that I mean to leave them no choice but to carry out their duty in the Emperor's name. Just put landmines on the shuttles. She barks orders into the Vox and is answered immediately by a staccato of gunfire. After a while, she nods in satisfaction. The crowd have been pacified, Lord Captain. A clear demonstration of our resolve and a few public executions have tempered their fervor. Dogmatic +5. Ravor shakes his head, gazing intently at the vid screen on one of the cogitators. The pressure's dropping. The bridge ventilation system is completely busted. Lord Captain, I humbly request that you move to the officer's deck where the emergency headquarters are to be established. The bridge is no longer safe. I must ask you to hurry while the tech priests are still supplying the elevator with power. My assistants and I will stay here and report on system readings. We have an emergency supply of void suits, so we won't croak right away, Emperor willing. Yes. Freight line. Oh, is this part of the DLC with Cabela? Yeah, I didn't think I recognized this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is this supposed to do that? Ah! I like how my guy kicks the door open, not the Space Marine. So I wonder if we were intending to go to the freight line or if we arrived here by accident. The elevator shaft has expelled you into the dim of emergency lights. The smell of promethium and burnt flesh hits your nostrils, but there is no pain. Not a single broken bone or even a scratch on your whole body. It is as if your body became as strong as your faith during the fall and nothing could have harmed you. Even the ringing echo of the crash lift resembles the glorious tolling of a bell. Anger me silly, exalted one be praised. A disheveled Jay attempts to dust off her ruined outfit. She clears her throat as she glances at you and puts on an innocent expression. My heart overflows with delight to see that you too are in one piece, Shireen. Tech use. Inspect the elevator. It is a miracle you've survived. Guide rails lie in a twisted pile over a crown of shattered plasteel. The elevator was equipped with safety devices meant to stop the cabin inside the shaft, but at least half of them have failed. Your fall was no accident. Look around. Smoke and darkness limit your vision, but judging by the stench of rust and unwashed bodies, you are somewhere on the lower decks. You can hear the crackling of flames, groans, screams, and the rumble of falling beams coming from the distance. The disaster has not spared this compartment. Contact the bridge. The comm bead emits only unintelligible hissing. Either it was damaged in the fall, or the communication lines in the compartment have failed. Move forward.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Cargo.
Death has whispered many names, yet when it got to ours, it simply stopped. Not here, not now, not today.
I wonder if that was a reference to, what was it called? King of Thrones?
One step at a time amidst the
May the God Emperor protect you, Lord Captain. Game of Thrones, yeah. The name escapes me, but yeah, I remember the scene on the show where they're like, you know, what do we tell death? Not today. Oh, cutscene. Surely the train's not gonna crash right now. Oh, wait, if the elevator was sabotaged, these guys might be here to kill us. A locomotive enveloped in steam halts at the platform with a low rumble. The hardened emergency workers of the Infernus Guild pour out of the carriages. Upon seeing you, they begin to wave cheerfully and shout. Oh, it's Infernus. Heinrich Monteg's face is covered in soot. He smiles broadly, never letting go of his low stick. Lord Captain, it's good to see you back in good health, however battered. The Voxmaster reported the elevator had collapsed, so I jumped on the first train and headed down here to look for you. I'm still curious. Like, this guy has just been such a nice chap through the whole story. And because it's Warhammer, I'm wondering if he's the traitor. Maybe, like, his people are the ones that, you know, blew the place up. The Voxmaster reported the elevator collapsed, so I jumped on the first train to head down and look for you. He holds out a hand as strong as a lifeline. Let me give you a lift to a safe place. I am sure many on this ship would be pleased to be rescued with such daring, but it is only right the rogue trader should get all the nicest things, is it not? Yeah, Heinrich should be firefighting right now. I appreciate the concern, Heinrich, but you are needed elsewhere. I will get out on my own. He shakes his head stubbornly. Lord Captain, I will not risk abandoning you into burning a compartment. A shot from a needle pistol misses Heinrich's head by a thread, cutting his low stick in two. A frail young cultist of the blood-spun web appears beside you. Damen, cast off the evil hand. It holds only betrayal and wrongful death. Heinrich Montag is not human, and he seeks your demise. This is my shocked face. The Infernus Master pulls the last of the low stick from his mouth and asks in a low voice, have you lost your mind, you damned lunatic? Awareness 100%. Take a closer look at the repairman. The Inferni look baffled, but the astonishment soon gives way to righteous indignation as a huge burn-covered fist clench into instruments of murder. But they are not the only instruments. You see hands slip under clothes and curl around metal weapon grips. Somewhere in the crowd, you glimpse the all-too-familiar glint of gunmetal. Heinrich, since when is it acceptable for the Inferni to carry weapons? Heinrich spits at his feet in frustration. You fanatics are always meddling in the wrong business. First the trick with the bloodbath, and now this. We were so close. The gun leaps into his hand and points at you. A shot rings out. The whistling hits your ears, but the bullet was evidently meant for the young spinner, now writhing on the ground. Draw your weapon without a word. Heinrich grips his weapon, and the chilling psychic aura around him makes your blood run cold. Heinrich pulls out a new low stick, lights it from his cutter, and blows out the smoke with a heavy sigh. Things would be a lot easier if you had just crashed in the elevator. Or climbed in the train. I wish you too could hear the sire's song in your dreams and await the many-armed emperor. But the harvest season has come, and you must be reaped. You must die so that we may live. I am sorry, Mukluk. Farewell. Heinrich, I feel like you had time to make his brain explode there, just saying. What are those? Wait. Oh, wait. Is he with the Gene Stealers? Are these Tyranids?
Curious creatures.
Oh, okay. It's starting to click now. I'm remembering what these are. You've been ambushed. Okay, so I can't make changes to formation. Okay.
I'm not
Front line.
accustomed to being ordered around. I am a
Back
navigator,
line.
not a servitor.
Rear. Alright, and give Heinrichs an action. Wait, what? Where is his bird? Wait, what? Why is it on the ground? Okay, so the bird is stunned at the start of the fight and cannot emit buffs. Well, that is awful. Okay. Alright then.
Naturally.
AoE Resolve. AoE
For
Armor.
the throne's glory.
The other spells can't be AoE. What? I'm a little concerned. Every time I've had a fight where the bird got CC'd, it never went back into the mode where I could send buffs out to the party. So if that's the case, then I just can't buff this fight, and that sucks.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Okay, so I just spent action points on an ability, but this Gene Stealer hit me, and then she, like, lost the action.
If I
And
may.
it didn't even cast, which sucks. Bird is almost dead.
Never leave that unpaid.
Bird is dead. It never got a turn. Okay. Alright, Muck.
Schemes within
Taunted those
schemes.
4. And I can't control the dog because it's stunned too.
Let's see.
Alright, so just... Oh, that parry kill. Nice. Dodge, miss, block. Dodge, parry.
This is just
Gene Stealer just gutted Cass. Miss, miss, block, 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 block. Miss, miss, block, 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 parry, block, 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 block.
God, my collection.
Skill issue. Medicaid signal.
Presents to give than to follow.
Alright, so there's some AoE healing. Is Muck rapping? I'm blocking.
Tell me, and it is done.
Alright, I'm gonna try to move this guy away from us. Okay, it worked. Forced them to move, which triggered a ton of attack actions of opportunity, and the dog killed one. Curse on him. Muck gets an extra turn. Taunt all. Will let me use the dog now.
What if?
Ooh, that thing's got a lot of hit points. Alright, put it on. I believe the dog had a chip where when if it ends its turn on standby, it gets bonuses. Yes. So standby.
Let's see.
Then her again.
Archip Jai Haydari. Remember the name.
Okay, where's... Oh, I can't do it. Alright, Cabela.
As honor ordains.
Boop, boop,
I shall not
boop,
fail.
boop,
Trust
boop,
me.
Boop, boop, boop.
I will leave the prince of
Whoa! One moment. Alright. Okay. Heinrichs. Alright, reactivate bird.
Are not yet over.
Nice.
I won't
AoE
object to it.
regen.
Let's see
AoE
to it.
forewarning.
Naturally.
AoE warp speed.
I won't object.
AoE
to it.
heal.
But of
AoE
course,
iron arms.
Lord Captain.
AoE prescience. Oh, we buffed. We buffed now. Alright. Let's focus on this schmuck back here with him.
Is on the hunt. Wolves, I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father.
No, the dog got parried. Cassia's turn. Finest hour on Ulfar.
Why navigators are feared.
So my hand is thunder! My strike is ruin! See? Feel the icy bite of death!
I finally get what Mark took Heinrich. He's the buff mascot. Well, I feel like a proper party in this game has at least one Psyker. And it can be you, or it could be Heinrich or Adir, or, you know, someone else, but at least one Psyker. Because it's so good. It really is. Like, dude, warp speed, the buff warp speed, it's basically quickness from Guild Wars. You get more actions in, like, your turns, and you get more movement. Like, look at her movement right now. Like, she can just go all the way over here, basically to the other end of the battlefield. And half of that's because of warp speed. The regen buff is healing the whole team every turn. Obviously, that's amazing, because they don't have any passive healing. Hey, what's up?
I'm going to quickly.
Gotcha. Okay. I would say remember to take the tooth in case they want to see it. Okay. All right. Nutrient. Yeah, she brought me a sandwich and she was letting me know she was going out to run an errand. What else is there? The forewarning buff that he has. Hold on. Can I show it? Let's see. Where is it? That's pre-science. No, forewarning. 26 more dodge and parry for the whole party. That's insane. That's like half the hits coming at you are now just going to be misses. That's insane. Iron Arm, gain 34 toughness and strength till end of combat. So the whole team has more hit points and their melee attacks are stronger. Pre-science is plus int, perception, willpower, and fellowship. So that's just like bonuses to a whole smorgasbord of skills. And then just, was it resolve? That's getting to use the powerful buttons more often. But yeah, just like the dodge, parry, and regen, and the speed buffs are incredibly noticeable.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Fool will ascend. I am a now clad in scarlet. Dare you!
By the wolf's eye!
There we go. Big fella's down.
Our foes reek of cowardice.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Now, my understanding is there's also a very powerful build in the game with just like an offensive Psyker, but with the way I'm playing, it's just so incredibly good having one on the team that's like buffing and supporting.
A wicked thought. A genius at work. The storm approaches. Schemes within schemes.
Dang. Stand by. That chainsaw attack thing does so many attacks per round, we get a lot of chances to parry it.
Don't you jest, surely. You've got a problem? I've got a price.
I bring mercy and retribution.
Tell me, and it is done.
Carnival of Misery. All enemies on the field get dots.
Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp. The shadows will see it done. as the tenets demand. Trust me. I shall.
Splat! Oh, now it's her actual turn.
No, there is only death, yours or mine. As on Earth, the other
I don't even
side
remember
will-
what each of these buttons do individually. I just know if I hit all of them and then do a swing, the target turns into, like, paste. So that's basically her each turn.
For the throne's glory.
Die in disgrace!
What is the purpose of J here? Skill monkey? Yeah. So, the idea of, just for anyone who doesn't know the term, this dates back to like Dungeons and Dragons many, many years ago. There would often be a member of a party, it would usually be a rogue that was a skill monkey. And basically, they would have bonuses to a whole bunch of skills that just helped you in like your day-to-day life outside of combat. You know, stealth, lockpicking, pickpocketing, getting information out of people, like persuasion checks, things like that. She is that. She or Pascal, the tech priest, are kind of feel like they're interchangeable for the same role. Pascal has really, really high tech use and intelligence and logic. She has not quite as high of those, but she has like 100 plus everything. Now, Pascal has like 150 to like 2 skills, but she's got like 100 plus to like everything. The death cultist is bleeding out, breathing with a barely audible wheeze. You're unharmed, Daman. The temple. The vizier is waiting. He can help. Let me take you. The blade slips from his weakened fingers and falls to the ground with a clang. Examine the spinner. Heinrich was shooting to kill, and a perfectly aimed shot has torn the young man's lung to shreds. It is a wonder he has not choked on his own blood already. I wish to know the name of my rescuer. Spinner Georic. He beams with pride. It is not every day that such a distinguished person takes an interest in his name. I have not yet done my duty. Go to the temple. It is safe there. Take me to the temple. Pascal gets a trait that lets him use int to do face things. Yeah. Game saved. She has an injury.
The web serves.
Hold up.
Though I gave thee my blood and my
Okay.
pain, thou
Alright,
hast
that's handled.
ordained that I shall live.
Vizier! The figure of the Vizier stoops under the weight of his battle garb. His bony fingers tremble as they scoop blood from the bowl and begin tracing the symbols of war on his withered face. Without breaking the ritual, he addresses the emptiness. Thread after thread, death after death, the giver of life wove his path. Yes, I have heard. Twice did he find himself caught between undeath and unlife, and twice did the undying one reject him, for the time had not yet come. His shriveled face turns to you. His lips quiver in joyous anticipation. Once again, the tenets of the web lead us along the thread of righteous struggle. The foe, the flagship's tormentor, until now unseen, has shown its face at last. My blades have left their sheaths, and duty commands them to slake their thirst with monstrous blood. Oh, Adira, Pascal, Argenta? The spinner who brought me here is severely wounded. Do whatever it takes to keep him alive. This is also the desire of the Undying One. He has not whispered the name of young Georek, so that we may heal him. What is my retinue doing here? An omen, a scarlet whisper, bled into the web of prophecy. The foe longed to slaughter those alone in their chambers, but they were too late. The spinners had already led your chosen few to our abode along a hidden thread. At first I thought they were coming to finish me off. What a surprise! Even a witch gets rescued sometimes. It was a wise move to deny their assassins their target without starting panic among the crew. First Spinner, how dare you! I am a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas. My place is in battle, thick of battle, not in some hidden sanctuary. I will give credit for assisting a representative of the Adeptus Mechanicus and raise the status of the Cult of the Bloodspun Web on the list of benevolent organizations. He is so funny, and he's not trying to be, almost always. If any of you ever play this game for the first time, I highly encourage you to have Pascal on your team the whole time. He's a hoot. Galatos sensed one of the cultists coming. I thought your sect had finally shown its true colors and had started assassinating the crew. You are officially cleared of suspicion, but in regard to this incident only. Whom are you planning to fight? What is happening on this ship? Violence and turmoil, a mutiny of twisted souls. The traitors speak in a false voice over the Vox. They speak of enforcers and officers who sought to slay their Lord Captain. They seek, they did not. It was the murk-wreathed abominations who threatened the Daemon. The flagship is split. Those loyal to the true Daemon are fighting those who believe the twisted lie. The faithful are shaken, and the unclean presses on, claiming the bays one by one. His voice hums with a dismal energy. They are taking over our home with the hands of the deceived and the lowly. Who is our enemy? The Vizier nods at the emptiness behind you. Yes, it is time he learned about the Ravenous Star. About the beasts that appear as men, their malignant flesh imbued with Xenos filth. Long has the foe lurked, pouring its lies into the minds and veins of the disparaged. The dawns and dusts of generations followed upon one another, spawning veiled abominations until the Holy Lord of the Ark stirred the profane layer of the iniquity. The war emerged from the shadows in the chamber where the living honored death over the ashes, and then spilt forth. The sacred Ark is nearing its ruin, but our lot is not yet cast, your servants not yet broken. The Undying One awaits your deeds to cover you in glory. But I killed the cult's leader with my own hands. One sees now that this was but a pawn, ushered into place merely to deflect the falling sword. The player knew the game was forfeit and thus made a trade, a few of their tribes sent to the slaughter so that they might sell the lie that the foe was dead. They call the true master the Sire, it which spawned the cult, a vessel of Xeno heresy, a fierce yet cunning predator that twists their minds into a single knot with only its will. That knot must be severed. Heinrichs rubs the bridge of his nose in exhaustion. This is the worst scenario imaginable. All this time your ship has been carrying the very progenitor of the Genestealer cult. A Xenos of immense psychic and physical strength who has total control over the cultist. It must be destroyed. This is no longer a question of our own safety, but rather the continued existence of the Expanse as a whole. Crazy says, bro, what's your main Guild Wars 2 class? Ranger. I have max levels of all the characters, but Ranger's my main. If you knew about the cult all this time, why did you not tell anyone? We did not know who our foe is. There was only the appalling shadow upon the bulkheads, the divinations were silent, and no answer was read. But the signs changed when the corruption assailed your flagship. The Undying would bid us bare our blades, and among the deaths of our wicked, answers rang out. At once I sent his spinners to those of the lower bays that should not fall into the foe's hands. Others became guides for your chosen few. Are you going into battle yourself? You're a little old for that, are you not? The decrepit old man looks pensive as he twirls a dagger, making it dance between his fingers. An old blade, if hardened well and honed with care, does not lose its sharpness, Daemon. I smell no reason to worry about this one's head staying on his shoulders. His bearing tells me all. This worn body belies the spirit of a mighty warrior, the kind who stands tall in the midst of battle, knee-deep in blood and with a grim prayer on his lips. Dang, the old man's got Ulfar's respect. Cray says, what's your secondary main? Engineer or Necro, probably. You seem surprisingly well informed about what is happening here. This man, blind and wretched, knows nothing, but he knows all. He points a knotted finger at the majestic statue. He reveals the truth to this unworthy speck, warns him through divinations, and the spinner who dances upon the threads helps him grasp the visions. Come dress our wounds. We have many lives to take today. The spinner, Death Spinner mends the wounds of the breathing with a bloody thread. A horde of predators hunts you, Lord of the Ark. Here in the dark tunnels, the faithful stand on their way, but death is whispering for them and they will not last long. Go back to your people, Daman, for it is difficult for them to die without your voice. The Voxmaster's pleas still echo through the bays, and the muzzles still bark. The spinners say that the Enforcer's post has not yet fallen. The end is not now. May the tenets of the web guide your blade, Daman. Be swift. You receive Saint's Bone Charm. If worn by Death Cult Assassin, when the wearer gains a stack of Blood Blessed, they also gain 20 toughness for 2 rounds, does not stack. Break through to the Enforcer post. Okay. Hey Muck, would you agree that Celestial Gear set is a good set to test builds in general all-purpose? Yes. Celestial Gear is not the best in slot for just about anything, but it is very, very good at almost everything. It is great for trying things out. A spinner is face covered in carved bleeding glyphs, makes a respectful gesture of invitation. Let me show you the way, Daman. Show me the way. So it's like a chance to change your party since they got and picked them up. Yeah, dude, I can't even tell who's on my side and who's not right now. There's a whole bunch of people shooting each other.
What lies beyond?
There's barricades, so the pathways have changed. Saving. Janris Danrock puts down the rifle and dabs his forehead with a silky handkerchief before shoving it under the tight band of the ammunition belt across his chest. His gilded frock coat is overlaid with a bullet-riddled and melted flak vest that barely fits around his voluminous waist. Yo, this guy has my respect. Dude, he was just such a, like, you know, chubby brown noser at the beginning. But man, character development. Behind him, a motley band of enforcers, armed clerks, and laborers greet you with enthusiastic shouts. A group of captives, silent and dejected, sits a short distance away. Alright, so it's important to note that a lot of the people on the lower decks don't even know what I look like, right? Like, they've lived their whole life on the lower decks. This ship is kilometers long, and they've never met the captain. So, but him, he knows me. I am delighted to see you in good health, your lordship. I'm afraid my report on the inspection of the ship's storehouses will be slightly delayed due to extraordinary circumstances. The enforcers reported that you had been sighted in this compartment, and I humbly believed it was my duty to head for the freight line with this very modest army. Would you kindly move a little to the right, your lordship? I love it so much. I'm giddy. The factotum blows the head off a heretic with a precise shot and then lowers his rifle. Much obliged. Ulfar makes a patronizing gesture. Not bad, coffer keeper. I wouldn't have thought there was such a taste for bloodshed in your heart. I approve of your vigor. Janris swells with pride. After being praised by the angel of the Emperor himself, I simply must end no fewer than a dozen mutineers myself. Oh my god. Dogmatic. Emperor, hear my vow. I will continue to spill my blood, nor stop to heal my wounds until the corruption that has befouled my ship is destroyed. This feels like a weird time to yell this, but... Danrock and your loyal servants freeze in reverent silence. Seldom do they have the opportunity to witness the rogue trader swear a sacred vow to the God Emperor. I did not expect you to be so skilled with a rifle, Generous. I am flattered, your lordship. I can assure you that smiting heretics is no more difficult than shooting up serfs at my aunt's birthday party. Dude, he's like, oh yeah, I used to hunt peasants. In fact, fighting an armed opponent may even add a certain spice. Look at the Factotum's army. I see that all of the crew's clans are working together to retake my vessel. You are indeed correct, your lordship. Serfs, enforcers, officers, tech priests, and tunnel rats have all united in their fight against rebellious scum. The only ones missing are the Inferni. It seems they were the backbone of this mutiny, and they strangled all those who were not privy to their dastardly plan. Danrock glances at the wounded prisoners. Yet, as you can see, our enemy also includes those who swore an oath to you not so long ago. Crew members who fell for rebel propaganda. It is your choice to whether to sentence them yourself, or to leave the execution to me after you have departed on your business. I like how that my options are kill them now or kill them in a minute. How bad is the situation on the ship? Quite bad, but it could have been far worse if it were not for Mistress Sarmak's paranoia and insufferable temper. As you well know, she has a nasty habit of expecting betrayal from everyone except your lordship. She had therefore taken care to draw up special protocols for all sorts of mutiny, and had stationed agents on every deck. She reminds me of, Batman. His whole thing of having a plan for everyone, like even like Superman and Wonder Woman, which has caused a lot of problems. When the riot began, these agents took out many of the seditious officers and mounted a defense. In addition, I have been informed of at least 3 cases in which the officers inciting the enforcers to mutiny were shot by Jocasta's personal aides. It looks like she had already been keeping an eye out on her least reliable subordinates. I should give the Emperor a candle in gratitude for making her such a suspicious hag. She told all her underlings, like, look, I don't trust Bob. If Bob looks at you funny, you shoot him. If Joey looks at you funny, you shoot him. And just all of them had, in case of emergency, shoot that guy. And it worked out. Thanks to your order to put the enforcers on high alert, the traitors were unable to take them by surprise. I watched them take back the bays in full assault gear, sparing neither themselves nor the enemies. That was a wise decision indeed. I take it the inspection did not go well. The Factotum loosens the strap on his flak vest slightly and gives a satisfied groan. It was going splendid. Oh, because he's too fat. So it's like he just undid his belt after a big meal. Ugh. It was going splendidly until we were rudely interrupted by the traitorous mutants. I'm afraid I had to requisition some weapons and uniforms for myself and my militia. But do not worry, every spent bullet will be accounted for and added to the unplanned extermination of heretics column in the ledger. He's counting the bullets. What do you intend to do next? Why, I intend to die for you, your lordship. Every member of the militia, from burly officer to puny clerk, nods in somber agreement with the High Factotum. But I must admit, we are quite exhausted from fighting our way here, and we are not really suited to being an assault squad. I think your lordship should head for the enforcer's post. You will be safer there. Meanwhile, we will take a breather and smoke a few more dozen heretics out of their holes. God Emperor willing, I will not have to die a glorious death with your name on my lips after all, and will instead begin auditing the damage the ship has suffered, as well as the losses among the crew. It is a routine procedure, one in which I have become quite proficient. I love him so much. He just started off as just such like a brown noser of a character, but my God, he has grown.
Oh yes, they all will see.
Hold on, what is this? Activate the elevator. Batman's contingency plans for each of the Justice League, you mean? Yeah. Okay, go up. The shopkeeper tried to rescue his wares. Scraps of brain matter and caked blood on the counter tell of the tragic conclusion to his efforts. The shop smells of burnt meat and scorched hair. The counter mercifully hides the source of the odor.
Pay Patience? My nerves are frayed.
Get back, your lordship. The wretches have taken... Oh. That was a suicide bomber.
Just as he ordained.
What's the... Oh, there's goods there. I was like, what's the point of this? Well-maintained heavy rock saw. Vengeance... Wait, what? That's Pascal's bird. Is Pascal here?
There will be no...
Oh, Lord, they coming. What are those? The route control console stares dispassionately as the carnage unfolding on the tracks. The sounds of an approaching train ring in the distance. With a single command, you could divert the train and send it straight into the thick of the battle, ending the lives of both the Xenos spawn and your subjects. The snarling voice of one of the defenders sounds familiar. It is Captain Klein, one of the enforcers who assisted in the Master-at-Arms investigation on the officer's deck. No. I am confident I can win this fight without having to destroy a bunch of my loyal people. Leave the console and rush in to save your people. The console silently observes your heroism, its lumen blinking with indifference. Woo! That was fast.
Let's see how to dismember.
Hey, Monk, can I ask something yours too? Yes, go ahead. Start the battle. Can I deploy down there? The music. Really hoping that they do not throw like a grenade on us right at the start. I need to make sure Echo is near the middle. Okay.
Isn't this a job for the
Front line.
Me.
Heinrichs.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Regeneration. Forewarning. Curse on that guy so it starts moving around.
Me? If you insist,
Pull those
Lord
together.
Captain. That is foolishness. If I may.
The Abominable King.
Emperor, protect me. I can't stand it.
The shadows will see it done. As honor ordains.
Cabela's like, time to buff up, starts cutting herself.
A dance of blades and shadows. My blade whispers your name.
Two are better than one.
Medicaid signal.
My. It's time for them to run, my sweet. Never cross a Kazbari. I can do that. With the right
Olfar.
incentive.
So my strike is ruin. Give this task to someone lesser. None can do this better
Ah,
than
he
a
clipped the
warrior
dog.
of the All-Father.
Oh, Ulfar's too fat. He can't get through.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Do not dare ask.
So Ulfar's... shoot, this is difficult, because his second shot, if he does it wrong, he will shoot through his allies, which we don't want.
Hungry come. Feel the icy bite of death.
Alright, that was okay.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
This way!
Oh my god, that poor officer. He just got rocked. Ooh, who just blew up? Was that just some guy?
Come on, you become the All-Father's worthy instrument.
Behold the wrath of madness.
Oh my god! From downtown! Ah!
Now I'm really riled up.
Alright, Jay just got flattened into the ground. Oh my god, those two just died. Well. Finally time to buff up. Shoot, this is not going to hit our Space Marine. I moved him too far away.
But of course, Lord Captain. Do your duty, beast. Do my bidding. Let's see to it.
Alright, taunt these three.
A wicked thought. Let's see. A wicked thought.
Alright, one of the big ones is down.
A genius at work.
Okay. Oh no. Oh! The leap again. Oh! He just took down the servo skulls. Cabela parried. He tried to hit her. Oh, stop swinging! She parried again, yes! Dog hits for 44. Okay. And Cabela, you're
If you insist,
already in
Lord Captain.
range.
Trust me, as honor ordains. A broken blade has no use. I shall not fail.
Oh! Yeah, you didn't like that.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Another foe paid.
Okay. Leapy Boy is down.
not accustomed to being ordered around.
Dot all enemies.
Dying Emperor whispers his will. Comes in silence.
Warp speed.
As honor ordains, as the tenets demand. Trust me. It brings me no pleasure, as honor might come. The other side awaits.
Rewind. Exploded. That's her thing. Literally raining blood is one of her skills.
I'll do what it takes.
Also, anyone that gets covered in the blood that's a friendly gets a buff, and if they're an enemy, they get a debuff, and it stacks. So she literally wants to paint the town red.
So shall it. My instincts tell me to refuse.
Alright, I'm trying not to kill that guy. Well, it's only a 2% chance it'll hit him. Of course! Of course! God dang it! Winning the worst lottery imaginable.
Wolves reign.
Ah.
I will carve runes out of your bones.
Attack for the Emperor and the Rogue Trader. But my loot. You saved Captain Klein on the freight line. Wretched scum, I fought worse than you on Dargonis. With a look of disgust, the Enforcer in the protective mask grinds his boot into a lump of mutant flesh. From the sound of his voice, you recognize him as Captain Klein, the man who performed the autopsy on the mutant during the investigation. I thank your lordship for the timely assistance. I thought it was my fate to go down an aberration's gullet like poor Ginevri, but the Emperor had other plans for me. Ginevri is dead. She sacrificed herself, covering our Sally from the upper decks. She wanted to tell me something before it happened, something important. I could see it in her eyes, but she didn't get the chance. She loved you, you fool! Now I'll never know. He clenches his teeth and winces in pain. How did you end up in this compartment, soldier? Mr. Starback sent my squad and me to the freight line to take charge of the situation. She heard that you had been spotted here and wanted us to lend you support. Give me a situation report, soldier. The Enforcer post has been lost and is swarming with mutants. Alas, the only way to the upper decks was to lie either through the post or through the transport tunnels, but there are enemies there as well. How did mutineers manage to take over the post? By treason. Captain Frenso ordered the Enforcers to leave the post and led them into a tunnel under the pretext of suppressing a mutiny. As soon as they reached it, however, he began spreading propaganda in an effort to stir up irreverence among the soldiers. He urged them to join the mutiny and eliminate the senior officers. I arrived just in time to execute the traitor Frenso and reclaim control. I ordered the squad to return to the post and take up a defensive position, but it was already overrun by mutants entering through the elevator shaft. They lured us out and then seized the fortifications. What kind of propaganda was Frenso spreading? He claimed the Enforcers being pressured into oppressing their fellow crewmen for the benefit of their greedy superiors. He called for a change of order, including reprisals and penance for anyone who had participated in the crimes of the ship's rotten hierarchy. He pulls his respirator aside and spits morosely. As far as I knew Frenso, those speeches of his were completely out of character. I agree, Lord Captain. We found a bite mark on his body, one that we've seen before. We suspect he was compromised against his will. We will take back the post. Emperor, protect you, Lord Captain. We will cover the rear if the enemy comes out of the tunnels. Be careful, the mutants have mined the guard posts, but there is something they don't know. Klein squints nastily and hands you a small copper rod with a connector. This is Frenso's data key that activates the Eclipse protocol. The train control node is vulnerable. If something were to anger or confuse the machine spirits, it could easily lead to a catastrophic accident. A trainload of crashing shells, for instance, or worse. That's why there are tech priest creations embedded in the walls. They are potent enough to rip the power out of any device. Eclipse protocol activation data key. This tiny object contains a spark of unadulterated rage, primed at any moment to expel the power from all devices in the Enforcer's post, reducing them to lifeless metal. So it's like an EMP. Insert the data key into the cogitator by the entrance, and the post will be hit with a devastating pulse that is lethal to machine spirits. It will burn out the detonators and turn mines into harmless chunks of Physaline-stuffed iron. I'm imagining if Pascal were here, he would have words for this.
Curiosity.
Mug, it was a 2% chance because he was in cover behind the Xeno. Once you killed the Xeno, the hit chance increased dramatically. Great. Machine spirits or ghosts of the machines? They kind of call it that. Like, instead of saying my Windows Vista keeps crashing, they're like, oh, the machine spirits are angry. They need to be consoled. Oh, can you hear the faint voice from the Voxes? Isn't he a cyborg? Pascal? I mean, Pascal was originally a human. He's a tech priest. But as time goes on, he replaces more and more of his body with, like, machine parts. And because of this, they can live to be really, really old. The people who tried to escape the fire by diving into the toxic water were mercilessly gunned down. So there are some tech priests that are hundreds of years old, that are like, you know, 90% machine at that point. Wait, shoot, I don't know where to go.
They will see.
Oh,
yes, indeed. They all will see.
This is where the snipers were. Lord Xenos.
One and it's done.
The unarmed workers tried to unsuccessfully to shield themselves and their loved ones from bullets. There are no traces of mutation. Oh god. There are no traces of mutation on their bodies, just bullet holes and Enforcer boot prints. Dang, guys! Rude. Labor. Whoa, 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 what was that? Oh god!
I do what I must.
Although you successfully defused the bomb, the poor fellow has died of his deep wounds. Bloodied entrails are dribbling out of his clothes. It is a miracle he lasted this long. So this guy was like, had a landmine under him?
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Some tech priests are 10,000 years old. Oh, okay.
The shadows reveal
My
their
warp
secrets.
sight reveals something.
Just as I was taught.
Let us see what I
Oh
found.
my god.
I do what I must.
Ah!
Next time.
I found a bomb.
Whisper and be heard.
Use a
Do you
medkit.
think my body was suffering? Though I gave thee my blood and my pain, thou hast ordained that I shall live.
To be fair, nobles can get up to several hundred years old in Warhammer. Tech priests, the reason they replaced themselves with machines originated from their life on Mars. Now that's just the way they survived. Last time I watched you play this, you had just activated Planetary Doom Machine. What happened with that? So, the planet was becoming a demon world. And we could, if we had just left it alone, it was going to become just like a spawning ground for demons. And we had an option to basically blow up the planet, which was also going to kill the people still on it. But if we left them there, they were all going to get eaten by demons and then spawn demons. So, yeah, we destroyed it. The Harvester. The woman before you radiates an alien beauty. The bony crest on her forehead, the violet tint of her skin, and the graceful clawed fingers give away her Xenos heritage. Her robes resemble those of the old mutant you put to death in the family crypt, and her posture is regal and powerful. Sapphire light oozes from beneath the half-lowered eyelids, and a haughty smirk stretches her lips. Biting whispers burst through your head, digging into your mind and probing your thoughts, tasting them. The woman does not move her lips, but you hear a voice speak. You fight in vain, genetic remnant. We have already won. The Sire's song echoes in the dreams of those who are pure. The rest are destined for oblivion. The Sire's powerful phalanx has extended, and soon the others will follow. Whatever you plan to attempt, it matters no more. The whispers sink their fangs into your most painful memory as into an exposed nerve, while the canker in your soul echoes ominously in response. Oh my god, this was literally something I clicked at character creation. So when you make your character, you have to pick some negative effect about you, and I chose I survived a near-death experience with the warp a long time ago. Through the woman standing before you, something is staring at you, something you have only seen in your darkest dreams. You are touched by corruption. You know your doom is nigh, cursed soul. Attack. Purge the Xenos! The woman gracefully raises her hand and points a sharp claw at you. Children of the Reaping, kill the heretics. Glory to the Sire. How do I use the gadget he gave me? Like, there's mines freaking everywhere. I don't see how to use the thingy. The thing that's supposed to, like, detonate all the mines before the battle starts?
If I may.
Unless I missed it.
Isn't this a job for the Sirs?
Do they set them off? I can test it. You move there. Yeah, that works. You guys move there. Yo, I'm not even gonna use her laser blast. I'm just gonna keep moving them around.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Regen.
I won't object to it.
Forewarning. Now we do have one laser left in the bank.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Net cannon. Oh my god, Cass! Ah!
Breathing navigator.
Shield her with your giant body.
See, I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! I will carve runes out of your bones! Corpse play!
My heart still beats.
Dot all enemies. Carnival of misery.
The wicked be shed as thou hast willed. Trust me, the shadows will see it done. As honor ordains. I am your blade and shield. I shall not fail.
Harry.
As the tenet, death is a blessing.
All right, rewind.
As honor ordains.
There we go. All right.
For the throne.
Iron Arm. AoE heal. Warp speed.
But of course, Lord
Miscellaneous
Captain.
buff.
Let's see to it.
Perfect timing.
Naturally.
Resolve.
for the
Armor.
throne's glory.
Come, the other side awaits.
Someone just died from a dot. I think those mines are hurting them more than me now.
My, it's time for them to run, my sweet. Wanna see a trick?
So, I am disgrace. No one can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father.
Okay.
See how the wolf succeeds.
Don't get too cocky.
If I may,
Song guides me.
isn't this a job for the serfs?
Deliverance.
In the name of House Orcelion, I shall prevail.
That was 95. What is going on? He's just had so many misses there and then there. Alright, he hit that guy.
Incompetence.
And I think Muck just hit him, and I don't know why. I'm so confused.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain, try to die with grace, at least. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Oh, she can't move right now. They hit another one of their own mines.
Me? If you insist, Lord. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
That didn't work on any of them? What? What? What did 122 damage in the back line? Hold on. What was that? Trap uses frag grenade. Dude, God, there's so much crap in the log. I don't know. I don't know what that was.
By the wolf side, badass.
Just as he ordained. I bring mercy and retribution. Just as I was taught. Trust me. The shadows will see it done. I shall not fail. Killing brings me no pleasure.
Okay, she's cleared a path through the mines now.
You have
Reactivate the bird.
still. But of course, Lord Captain.
Let's see.
Alright, protect on me. Advanced tracking. Move here. Dog should follow. Well, kind of follow.
Schemes within the schemes.
Come on.
Let's see. What if? Let's see.
Two are better than one. This battlefield air is good for my lungs. I can do that with the right incentives.
I will carve runes out of your bones!
172, nice.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Help me, Lord Captain, if I may.
Alright, give Muck another action.
Another stroke of genius.
Dog bite. 338 crit, wow.
A
Dog bite.
genius at work. A wicked
Standby.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
That didn't work. That one's kind of weird on stairs.
Ruby flashes up. Don't leave me.
I challenge you, Doctor.
There we go. Okay. Loot. Apparently you can turn Jay into quite a good Xeno weapon user if you go Master Tactician on her. I'm actually considering going dual pistols in my playthrough. She does start with Xeno weaponry.
Curiosity.
I just really love that trinket where your bolt weapons has your bolter has a 100% chance to hit, so I've got her using that right now. But if I was using Argenta, I would have that on Argenta.
I do what I must.
Improved Weber. Alright, let's see, Muck leveled.
Different perspective.
Oh my god. Defensive stance. What do we got here? 49, 64, 49. Da, 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 da. None of this is huge. Medicaid, I guess. Alright, Ulfar. Wait, what? Okay, there we go. For adjacent allies, you do more damage. Sure. We've gotten all of the, like, really good stuff for most of these choices, so it's just kind of like, if I can find anything that even will help a little bit, that's fine. Sure. Corrals. So I'd ask if you tried to put together builds or just went with the flow. There's the answer. Yeah, so like early part, you know, there's definitely some talents that, you know, went straight for, but then at this point, like you see the red ones are the ones I have. So it's like at this point it's like, okay, well, we're just kind of digging through what's left. Sure. It's not often I say this, but this game almost has too many options. Like, I remember when I beat it the first time, I didn't even do my last few level ups because it was, like, getting tedious. And that's a really weird thing to say. Like, I don't need any more level ups, I got enough. Sure. Okay, and lastly, Cabela. Sure. Alright. Quick save, so I don't have to do that level up again. Okay.
There will be no.
So this was the I didn't recognize this area from that angle. This is the officer station where we checked in when we first got here. Activate the Vox station. The Vox station is loudly spewing static. To all who remain loyal to the dynasty, this is the Lord Captain speaking. I am still alive and continuing the fight against the mutineers. Victus's voice cuts through the barrage of white noise. Lord Captain, God Emperor be praised. Describe the situation on board to me. Mistress Sarback and the enforcers are defending the officer's deck. I am also here coordinating the loyalist forces. The key compartments are holding, but we have not been able to turn the tide of battle just yet. The bridge has been overrun by the enemy. The Master Helmsman's fate is unknown. Why has the bridge not been taken back yet? Judging by the density of the defenses, this is where the rebel leader is holed up. Mistress Sarback has launched 3 assaults, so far without success. We are taking control of the elevator shaft to launch another attack, but the platform has been destroyed and the emergency elevator can only accommodate a small force. Excellent. I shall crush the enemies of humanity and purge the evil from this ship. Understood. May the God Emperor protect you, Lord Captain. Take back the bridge.
Patience! My nerves are frayed!
Yeah, this one. So it's like, oh gee, only a small force can attack the bridge at once. If only we had some main characters. Does anyone know a Space Marine? An exact copy of you sits on the throne. A sinister devil crawled into this reality from behind the looking glass. What? His gaze meets yours, and the world expands sharply, crushing you with an overwhelming sense of your own insignificance. From somewhere far away, across millions of light years, a god is looking at you through those eyes. He sees you, and he is hungry. Insatiably, unquenchably so. Something starts scratching at the walls of your mind, making you ill. You hear stifled groans behind you. Even standing near this entity is torturous for anyone who possesses psychic powers. Master Helmsman Ravor, you are snapped out of your stupor by Ravor's harsh bellow. The Master Helmsman's eyes are empty, his pale lips curling in fury. Not one step further, void scum. I sentence you to death for endangering the Lord Captain's safety. Either infected or exposed to psychic influence. Both cases call for immediate termination. Oh, God. Okay, let me see if I can remember this right. There's a movie I'm thinking of. I think it was Speed with Tom Cruise. Where there was a scene where this guy has a hostage. Like, imagine he's holding a hostage. And he's like, if you step any closer, I'm gonna shoot him. And then he just shoots the hostage in the leg. And the hostage is like, ah! And they fall. And the guy's like, what? And then he shoots the guy. So I feel like this is a moment where we shoot the hostage. Not lethally, mind you, but we shoot the hostage. Speed was Keanu, not Cruise. Was that Keanu? Oh, what am I thinking of? Okay, was that the right movie with the wrong actor, or was that the wrong movie for the scene? I don't know. Anyway. Let's see. Wound Ravor. You are not yourself. I must stop you for your own good. Ravor tries to catch you in his sights, but falls to the deck before he can steady his hand. There's bloody foam bubbling from his mouth. No! The Lord Captain is in danger. I must protect. He stops, his chest rising and falling heavily. He is badly wounded, but he will live if he receives help soon. Your doppelganger remains seated and motionless on the throne, but his posture betrays the tension of a predator ready to pounce. He catches your gaze, and the vessel of your soul overflows with a cascade of images and feelings. You hear a song, a chorus of countless whispers that weave a tantalizing melody. You feel a unity with something great and beautiful. It is bigger than you, bigger than this ship and everyone on it. I have 0 willpower. Get off my throne. A rumbling growl shudders through every nerve ending in your body. It is the roar of a beast defending its territory. The throne is no longer yours. It was never yours in the first place. I will end you, Xenos. The bridge shudders as a crushing roar billows against it. Behind the facade of that leering face, you glimpse the monstrous shadow. The shadow in the void that wants only to devour you. What? Oh wow, Ravor was the only human here!
Let's see how to dismember you.
Prepare for battle, get in position. Okay, Heinrichs, further back. Servo skulls in front of Heinrichs for sort of cover. Cabela here. You there. Muck there. Alright, let's see how this goes. That's the sire. Alright, so that's the boss. Alright. Front line.
I'm not
back
accustomed
line.
to being ordered around.
All of you condense in one spot. Ooh, man, I could move here and then do the big blast. It's an option. Give Heinrichs a turn.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Go on,
Move the bird.
I won't object.
Regen everyone. Stronghold stratagem. You know what? No, move back. Because that would leave her in a really rough spot. Alright. Curse on him. Oh god, there's more behind me. Jay!
You need a drink or a medikit?
Horse predator does not become prey!
Cabela.
As honor ordains, trust me. As the tenets demand.
Alright, so... Oh my god, look at that cleave! Unparryable. Jelly. 2 dead, 1 parry, 1 very badly injured, 1 sort of injured.
The shadows will step is a blessing. I shall flame whispers your name. As the tenets
This might hit Ulfar. Oh no, wait, does this not hit friendlies? Oh, it's adjacent enemies. I thought this had friendly fire. Okay. Alright, Heinrichs. Alright, where's the bird? Alright, forewarning. Free science. Warp speed. Iron arm. Heal. What is that one again? Perfect timing. Resolve. I'm worried about that one that's back there by... Wait, what is Shadow of the Void? Wait, mind control! Oh no! Okay. Alright, steady superiority. Alright, hold on, let's read this. The Sire target makes a willpower resistance save with -40. On a failed test, they are forced to fight against its allies for 2 rounds. Can only be used against a target suffering terrified. Is there no way to cure it? Okay. Kick him.
Out of your bones. Wolves reign. The science storm guides me.
Ulfar dodged that. Missed block dodge. Wait. Okay, I guess she broke out of it. I guess she willpowered out of it. That's good, if that's what happened. Alright, as soon as she moves, this guy's gonna get an attack of opportunity on her, which might down her. So we need to use her skills before I try to move her. So finest hour on Ulfar. He's going to move here. And he's just going to start unloading on the big fella. Up, phased him. Call of the Void. He's calling for more of his boys. You just cracked my elevator? You know how much it costs to fix that? 0. What is that? Void Shrouded. Immune to all damage for 1 round. Alright, your turn then. He's like, I don't want it to be my turn. Alright. Give an action to Cass. Cass. Haul all these guys to this point. Nice. Can I do Finest Hour on Ulfar again? I can. Can he go over here? Oh, this is gonna be nice. I cast gun, prepare to meet God. And a foot to the face of the last one. Alright, he just killed like 4.5 of them. Alright, and she's still got some lasers. Alright, he done.
I'm not accustomed accustomed to being ordered around.
Alright, Muck's turn. Oh wow, there's more remaining than I thought. I have like no movement. Okay, fine. Let's do this. Dog, latch onto this guy. And then I hit it. And then you hit it.
Schemes within schemes. A genius.
Okay, he's done. And stand by. Alright, Jay's turn.
You've got Jai Hedari. Remember the
Bring it down is on cooldown. We can't do much with that at the moment.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Let's go ahead and put Cabela over here. This guy's a 2x2, so I think he can't get past her now. Muck's turn. Can I taunt the big guy while... Yes. Okay, so he's taunted. Let's see. Alright, do that, and then stand by. Okay, dog finished that one off. Alright.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may.
Give Ulfar an action.
Die in disgrace! Wolves rage! Feel the icy bite of death! On the hunt!
I am a navigator, not a servitor, as duty demands.
Alright, that one's dead.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Alright. Carnival of Misery. All enemies get all dots.
His will. Trust me. Aim for the heart.
Buff, 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 buff. Bonk.
Honor.
That was one of the big ones too.
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
Heinrichs.
But of course.
Resolve.
I won't object.
Perfect timing.
For the throne.
AoE heal.
Alas, no.
Ah, that didn't hit. Alright, boss gets another turn. Going for the 351. Dude, what? The dog just crit him for 351. That's crazy. Like, I didn't even do that weird gimmick where he, like, builds up a ton of damage or anything.
Our foes reek of cowardice.
He's whistling for more boys. How did all of y'all get on my bridge? God, these things in the wall. So many of these things in the walls. I like how the camera pans to the elevator and it's like, oh, you already killed that guy, never mind. Alright, so he's invulnerable again.
Wolves rage. Feel the icy bite of death in disgrace. The true believers will inherit all. The ancient will reward us.
I gotta say, if I lived in this universe and I had any doubt about all of the scary stuff I heard about, and then I lived through this happening on the ship, I'd be like, yo, I believe whatever the Emperor says. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Let's see.
Tell me, and it is done.
Give Cabela a movement action.
A
Move
dance
her
of
here.
blades and shadows.
Then give her
Am I
an
getting
action
paid for
action.
this?
As the tenets demand. As honor ordains. Trust me. I shall not fail.
Okay.
I can never cross a Kazbite.
Alright, taunt again, just try to keep this thing on me.
A wicked thought.
Dog is just gonna do 0 because the shield. Give Ulfar an action.
To being ordered around.
Kill that one. Reminder that he gains damage each time he does anything. And his stats... We've been in combat for a little while now. So he's got a lot of buffs. He has 54 stacks of fired up, for example.
So shall it be. Feel the icy fight of death!
Pull them together.
I'm afraid not. Emperor, give me strength.
Avenge my death.
If I may.
Poisonous spit. He's not impressed.
I am your blade and shield. As honor ordains. As the tenets demand. The shadows will see it done.
Another foe painted black.
Says there's one enemy remaining. Where are they? Oh, it's the big guy. Okay, yeah, I forgot about you, sorry.
Let's see to it.
Oh, Jay is almost patched up from the absolute beating she received on turn 1.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Behold the run. Another one.
Did I just kill him with like 15 parries? Oh, wow. My guy was just standing there waiting patiently for that shield to go down, then went like ding 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 ding. It just slapped him in the face. My lord, your blaster. Dude. Okay, the buffs from Heinrich's giving me glowing eyes makes this look especially effed up. My lord, the royal Melta. The hulking carcass of the monster lies in front of you. The amber fire has left its baneful eyes, departed along with the last drops of foul blood oozing from its wounds. In the distance, the Master Helmsman slowly regains consciousness. He immediately recoils from the dead creature, swearing profanely. Lord Captain, I'm guilty as charged. I was not myself. I fell for the filthy Xenos' tricks like a green cabin boy. I make no excuses. I know the rules, and I request capital punishment. Strike off my head and be done with it. Ravor, what's happened to you? The renegades stormed the bridge and then brought that thing in. We held our ground, but as soon as the monster looked at us, my mind went blank. It was like being a puppet. Damn those Xenos tricks. There will be no execution. You have a duty before the dynasty, and you will bear it. Then the old tub will have to put up with me a while longer. I appreciate your clemency, Lord Captain. There was actually no option there to kill him. Now, I didn't want to kill him. I like him. But every option there was a different form of you've got to live. So if you wanted to kill him for some crazy reason, the only option I saw for that was during the fight, when I clicked wound him instead of attack. Although attack doesn't say kill, attack might have also just wounded. The Master-at-Arms stands at attention, ignoring the wounds and burns covering her face and body. Lord Captain, the vessel has been secured. The mutineers in all compartments have lost the will to fight all at once. Some have fainted, while others have gone into shock or panic. I believe they sensed that their despicable overlord was dead. Yeah, so I have minimal knowledge on these things, but Heinrich said earlier if we take down the top one, that the others would, like, lose leadership. I met Captain Klein on the freight line. He showed great ingenuity and valor. You can always count on veterans. I will present the old man with an award. Throne knows he's earned it and then some. I have heard about your contingency plan. Your foresight was commendable. It is the duty of the Master-at-Arms to anticipate any threat to the ship's safety, even one as unusual as an uprising by genetic aberration supported by highest-ranking officers. Where's the Infernus Master now? The traitor tried to finish me off. That entire traitorous bloodline should have been sealed in a tank of Physaline, thrown into the void, and blown up a long time ago. Oh my god. She's like, I always hated him and his whole family. The Horse Son has mounted a defense in Bay 45 F1, but my people out of his gang cornered. We'll get him soon enough. Wait, there's like an image in front of me? Heinrich Montag. Her servo skull rattles to life and projects a hologram onto the deck. A blurred replica of Heinrich Montag stares at you, blood oozing from a wound on his temple. One of his hands is bound to the tourniquet and he is lighting a low stick with the other. Hey Bridge, do you copy? I see you've not yet changed the access, Psalms. Are you celebrating your victory, Mukluk? Are you going to beg for mercy? Will you grant me mercy, Mukluk? I doubt it. The Infernus Master appears serious, somber. The usual cheerful insolence has vanished from his face. I wanted you to see my face before I die. Commit it to memory. One day you will realize what sacrilege you have committed, and in that moment you will remember me. You addled, pathetic Ashmak. Jay shakes her head. Just do yourself a favor and give up the ghost, Heinrich. Remember you, Kraken Spawn? You are a brazen one. Ulfar bursts into laughter. I will compose a fine verse about this day, about the bloody battle and the victory over your abominable master. But you, spouter of lies and betrayer of humankind, there won't be a single line about you. What a weird response. Yo, I'm gonna write a whole song about today, and you are not gonna be in it. Let's see. By killing your sire, did you feel that abomination die? Heinrich winces angrily. We all felt every single moment of the blessed angel's agony. And then he died, and our dream died with him. You snuffed it out and stomped on it like a low-stick butt. Now his song will not return to our dreams. The many-armed emperor will not see us. Were you born a human or an aberration? I am pure. My mother and father both trace their lineage back to the ones who received the gift of genetic perfection from the sire himself. Okay, so when he says pure, he means aberration. Had there been a few more generations between us, I would have resembled the sire more closely, but each of us has their own calling. I look almost like a false believer. Heinrich lifts up the welding goggles from his forehead, exposing the rudiments of a purple crust. Oh, he has a mark here, and he had it covered with goggles all the time. Which means that I was destined to be a spy among you. How did that monster, your leader, come to be on my ship? He has been here a long time, longer than you or anyone else. His blessed feet crossed these decks centuries ago when Theodore's predecessor called himself Lord Captain. He came from the stars where the many-armed emperor dwells to bear his word, but then he faced a great massacre at the hands of the wicked. And yet the venerable sire kept his message safe and took refuge on this vessel, away from the persecution of heretics. When the false Lord Captain left our ancestors on board, the sire heard their pain and answered their pleas, blessing them with genetic purity. He protected us after that, joining our thoughts together into a single song. He was the true Lord Captain of this ship. Now that it's over, will you tell me what the Gene Stealer cult's plan was? You don't know when to stop, do you? Fine, I'll tell you. We were close to our goal. A few more years, a few more pure converts to the true faith. But the spinners pulled that stunt with the bath, and you seized on their tip-off right away. When it came to the telepathic ritual, it became clear that you weren't going to leave us alone and that we'd have to start the harvest season early. Our old Magus appeared to you during the rite and led you on a false trail. He lulled you into false sense of security by throwing a small portion of our forces to the wolves and sacrificing himself to buy time to prepare for the harvest. We orchestrated the elevator accident, but you survived, and then I almost intercepted you on the freight line, but the blood-spun web interfered again. You could have been part of us, part of something great, something real, but you ruined everything. Everything. There's no sense in fighting anymore, you've already lost. Lay down your weapons. And then what? Will you spare us? Of course not. Heinrich laughs hoarsely. I wouldn't believe you if you had said otherwise. No, I know I'm a dead man walking, but there are unarmed people here with me. Our families who have neither the desire nor the ability to fight. Our children, our elderly, people like my sister and niece. Do you want their blood on your hands as well? Will you take revenge on them too, or is my life enough? Do not even think about showing mercy to a single offshoot of this menace, Mukluk. Heinrich's voice rings with cold fury. Yeah, I mean, he just said a few more generations and I would have looked like the sire. So, like, his bloodline is friggin' dinosaur monsters. If I let you go, you will only start scheming, killing, and infecting people again. No, we will merely fade away. The sire is dead, and his pureblood offspring have been butchered. They alone, our pristine kin, could bestow the kiss that allowed his song to be heard. The orphans and widows are of no threat to anyone. Drop them off in any remote wilderness. Your people will die with you, such is the lot of Xenos and mutants. In that case, we will die together as family. You hear shouting and gunfire in the background. Heinrich hastily finishes his final low stick. Jocasta's mongrels have begun their attack. It's time to say goodbye. It's a pity I couldn't share the blessing of purity with you and make you part of our family. A pity, too, that we couldn't kill you either. But we all must play the cards we're dealt. And now we take our leave the way the true masters of fire should. I'm guessing he's gonna blow himself up or something? The finger of truth has 3 sorrowful phalanges. One is shattered, but the Infernus Master smiles widely, pulls a remote control from his pocket, and presses a button. There is a sharp beeping of detonators, a monstrous roar, and the projection disappears. For a while, the sound of flames crackles from the speaker before abruptly cutting off. Sarbak mutters something into the comm then hisses angrily. Thermal charges. The Void Rat blew up the compartment along with himself and the entire assault team. I wish I could have finished him off with my own hands. I wish you could too, Lord Captain. That was the last pocket of resistance. The mutiny has been suppressed, Lord Captain. The Enforcers are now carrying out a sweep of the compartments, and the officers are forming new repair crews to replace the Inferni. The ship's critical systems have been stabilized, and your throne has been liberated. Thousands of Dynasty subjects are waiting for your orders, so all that remains is for you to take the Captain's throne and affirm your dominion. All hail House von Valancius. This is my throne. You defeated the Gene Stealer cult on your void ship. Hey, nice. What do we got here? So I think, chat, that we have officially beaten both the DLCs. Now we just got to finish the main game. Rib suit. 75% damage reduction. Heavy armor. Whenever the wearer is attacked, the attacker's critical hit chance against them is reduced by 12%. Does that stack? Or is that just like, just a flat 12% reduction? After the wearer makes an area attack, they gain 4 MP and can continue their movement. Xenomesh. Sire's Patronage. The wearer can skip their turn to make an ally of their choice immune to all damage until the start of the wearer's next turn, once per combat. Huh. I'm curious just what this thing looks like. It's got a weird hat dome thing. I guess like protects the back of your head. Okay. Where's the armor I had on? That was it. I would test everyone to make sure they're really dead. Just go around double capping everyone. Dude, another level. We got 3 level ups from this quest.
Oh yes, they all will see.
Gee. Well, it's... I guess we got it. Okay. Alright, take the throne. To all officers and crew members who have remained faithful to their vows of service, this ship is ours. Glory to the Von Valancius dynasty. Also, bring me a mop. Cabela made an absolute mess up here. Man, it's a good thing we got red carpet because of the freaking blood-spun web. Overlord says, I really enjoyed Heal Harbinger, and I'm contemplating trying Heal like Mirage. Are there any of the support builds you particularly recommend based on ease of learning, fun factor, and utility, aside from Druid Inspector? I don't particularly enjoy those. Ease of learning? Top things that come to my mind is Mechanist and Heal Bender. If you have any interest in either of those. I'm guessing Kibala will have something to say after all that. Let me sort of find her. And then I'll need to wrap it up. The Deadpool strategy? Yup.
Take heed, Nemo. Our blessed Domin honors us with a visit. The one who delivered this ark from the curse of your existence. I'm here, Domin.
Kiss! I wasn't expecting that, but I'll take it.
All of my thoughts are of you, Domin.
She steps into your arms, giving herself completely to the kiss. When she withdraws, her hands slide gently down your face. She gives you a look that sets your heart ablaze. Get off my ship. That would be so effed up. That would be so, like, that's worse than heretical. Just, mwah, get off my ship. Ah. That button should not be next to end dialogue. That's so messed up. Okay. Alright, that was a blast. That was a blast. So that was actually the ending of what was the first DLC. With Cabela, the Bloodspun Web, the Gene Stealer cult, all that stuff. What's really crazy, you guys, is based on what I've learned, like the Gene Stealer cult is literally just like the first wave that leads to getting attacked by Tyranids. We never fought Tyranids. We just, or if we did, we fought like the itty bitty ones. We only fought like their scouts. Like this whole thing was basically just like their first wave of mucking with us, and that like we almost destroyed the ship. Like that's how strong they are. What are Tyranids? Easiest way is to show you, hang on a second. Space Marine 2, you fight a lot of Tyranids. Hang on a second, let me go to like one of their trailers. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, these things. Not the Space Marines. These giant bug things. Like, these things are what sent the Gene Stealers. The Gene Stealers are the people, well, they looked like people, but they had the bug things, like, in their bloodline. The Gene Stealers were, like, the first wave of these guys. So, we never actually fought like these in this game, and still almost lost the ship. Alright. Save game. That was awesome. Now we basically got, you know, the base game stuff, but with the new characters and equipment and all. And we will pick it up from here next time. Alright, chat. With that, our morning together comes to a close. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. Hope y'all had fun. A few plugs on the way out. If you're new to my channel, my name is Muck. I stream every evening and every weekday morning. I'll be back in about 5 hours for the evening stream where we'll be doing Mutiny Monday, where we play games with chat integration so you guys can mess with the game while I am trying to play it. And if they are so kind, Nog and Flute will be there and you guys can torment them with redeems as well. As always, please hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe if you're on YouTube. Here's links to my 2 YouTube channels if you want to see my videos, and a special thank you to our dear patrons. They keep this channel alive. Could not do this without them, and there's a link to that in the chat if you're interested. If you're on the Twitch side of things, I am going to raid someone right now. Let me see who is live at the moment. Just try to support somebody else. Let's see. Zeppla is currently live. Zeppla, I just recently met. She is playing Guild Wars 2 for the first time, and she's reacted to a lot of my videos. She seems like good people. I'll give her a raid, boost her numbers for the day. I'll see you guys over there if you're interested, and I will be back tonight. See ya!
Well, I mean, that's a good